distinguished ranking member.
Just a point of personal privilege to make a correction. The reason that General Austin required a waiver was not because of his participation in a corporate enterprise. It was because he did not have 7 years of interruption between his service and his appointment. Second point is that if any of us were appointed as Secretary of Defense, we would be subject to the same types of questions. And the case in point is Senator John Tower was nominated for Secretary of Defense. It was discovered by his colleagues that his behavior was not commensurate with the responsibilities despite his service, and he was voted down. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Duckworth, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And also, Secretary Mattis had to have this waiver as well. Mr. Hegseth, this hearing is about whether you are qualified to be Secretary of Defense, and one of the qualifications, to answer my colleague's question, is to actually win the votes of every member of this committee and to be confirmed by the United States Senate. And you need to convince us that you're worthy of that vote, because the people of the state of Illinois voted for me to be their senator so that I could cast that vote when it comes to picking who is going to be the next Secretary of Defense. This hearing now seems to be a hearing about whether or not women are qualified to serve in combat, and not about whether or not you are qualified to be Secretary of Defense. And let me just say that the American people need a SecDef who's ready to lead on day one. You are not that person. Our adversaries watch closely during times of transition, and any sense that the Department of Defense that keeps us safe is being steered by someone who's wholly unprepared for the job puts America at risk, and I am not willing to do that. With that in mind, Mr. Hegseth, I want you to try to explain to the American people, this committee, who have to vote for you, and to our troops who are deployed around the world, why you are qualified to lead the Department of Defense. We already know that you've only led the largest, a 200-person organization. We already know that you so badly mangled a budget that after you left, they had to bring in a forensic accountant to figure out what went wrong, and that the largest budget you ever managed was about $18 billion. You know, that is about 51,560 times lower than the Department of Defense budget of $825 billion. $16 million is 51,568 times smaller than the defense budget. Please describe to me, Mr. Hegseth, you talk about DOD passing an audit. Please describe to me a time or an organization when that you led underwent an audit, because you say you're going to hire smarter people than you to run this audit. I'm not asking you to be an accountant. I want you to be able to tell me what kind of guidance will be given to those employees, what will happen if, whether or not you pass that audit. Have you led an audit of any organization, yes or no? I don't want a long answer, yes or no. Have you led an audit of any organization of which you were in charge?
Senator, in both of the organizations I ran, we were always completely fiscally responsible.
Yes or no, did you lead an audit?
And the way
yes
my leadership
or no,
has
did you lead
been
an audit?
stated
yes or no?
Been completely
what are you afraid of? You
mischaracterized.
can't answer this question. Yes or no, did you lead an audit? Do you not know this answer?
Senator, every
yes
part
no?
of my leadership
yes
of these organizations
yes
has
or
been
no,
misrepresented.
I will take that as a no. What were the findings? So there were no findings because you've never led an audit. What guidance did you give the auditors? None, because you've never led an audit. Nobody expects you to be an accountant, Mr. Hegseth. What we expect is for you to understand the complexity of this Pentagon budget process that is absolutely necessary to outfit our warfighters. Look, the Secretary of Defense is required to make quick decisions every single day that, well, with high-level information that's being provided for them. A Secretary of Defense has to have breadth and depth of knowledge. Right now, I am concerned that you have neither. Mr. Hegseth, what is the highest level of international negotiations that you have engaged in, that you have led in? Because the Secretary of Defense does lead international security negotiations. There are three main ones that the Secretary of Defense leads and signs. Can you name at least one of them?
Could you repeat the question, Senator?
Sure. What is the highest level of international security agreement that you have led? And can you name some that the Secretary of Defense would lead? There's three main ones. Do you know?
I have not been involved in international security arrangements because I have not been in government other than serving in the military. So my job has been to
no. The answer is no. Can you name one of the three main ones that the Secretary of Defense
signs? You're talking about defense
signs?
arrangements. I mean, NATO might be one that you're referring to.
Status of Forces Agreement would be one of them.
Status of Forces Agreement. I've been a part of teaching about Status of Forces Agreements.
But you don't remember to mention it? You're not qualified, Mr. Hegseth. You're not qualified. You talk about repairing our defense industrial complex. You're not qualified to that. You could do acquisition and cross-servicing agreements, which essentially are security agreements. You can't even mention that. You've done none of those. You talked about the Indo-Pacific a little bit, and I'm glad that you mentioned it. Can you name the importance of at least one of the nations in the ASEAN, and what type of agreement we have with at least one of those nations? And how many nations are in ASEAN, by the way?
I couldn't tell you the exact
No, you
amount of
couldn't,
nations
because
in
you've
that,
not
but I
even
know we have
bothered to
allies
do-
in South Korea and Japan and in AUKUS with Australia, trying to work
Okay.
on submarines with them.
Mr.
and data
Hegseth,
transfers
none
with
of those
them.
countries
We
are
have
in
allies
ASEAN.
across.
None of those 3 countries that you've mentioned are in ASEAN. I suggest you do a little homework before you prepare for these types of negotiations. Listen, Mr. Hegseth, we ask our troops to go into harm's way all the time. We ask them to go into harm's way. And this behind me is a copy of the Soldier's Creed, a copy that usually hangs over my desk here in the Senate, and you should be familiar with it. It's the same copy that hung over my desk at Walter Reed every single day that I woke up and fought my way back because I wanted to go back and serve next to my buddies who'd saved my life. This same copy, these words are repeated over and over and over again. And let me read out 2 things to you, 2 sentences. I will always place the mission first, and I am disciplined, physically and mentally tough, trained and proficient in my warrior task. Mr. Hegseth, our troops follow these words every single day, and they man up and they pack their rucksacks and they go to war. And they deserve a leader who can lead them, not a leader who wants to lower the standards for himself or raising the standards for other people. And by the way, our troops already meet the standards. We ask troops to man that ship, fight that fire, fly that helicopter until their very last breath. And they do that every single day. They cannot be led by someone who's not competent to do the job. How can we ask these warriors to train and perform the absolute highest standards when you are asking us to lower the standards to make you the Secretary of Defense simply because you are buddies with our president-elect? And by the way, he has filed for bankruptcy 6 times. I'm not quite sure he's the kind of CEO you want to refer to as a successful businessman. Let me make it clear. You can't seem to grasp that there is no U.S. military as we know it without the incredible women that we serve. Women who've earned their place in their units. You have not earned your place as Secretary of Defense. You say you care about keeping our armed forces strong and that you like that our armed forces are meritocracy, then let's not lower the standards for you. You, sir, are a no-go at this station.
Thank you, Senator Duckworth.
Necessary to outfit our warfighters. Look, the Secretary of Defense is required to make quick decisions every single day with high-level information that's being provided for them. A Secretary of Defense has to have breadth and depth of knowledge. Right now, I am concerned that you have neither. Mr. Hegseth, what is the highest level of international negotiations that you have engaged in, that you have led in? Because the Secretary of Defense does lead international security negotiations. There are 3 main ones that the Secretary of Defense leads and signs. Can you name at least one of them?
Could you repeat the question, Senator?
Sure. What is the highest level of international security agreement that you have led? And can you name some that the Secretary of Defense would lead? There's 3 main ones. Do you know?
I have not been involved in international security arrangements because I have not been in government other than serving in the military. So my job has been to
So no, the
lead
answer is no.
men and
Can you
women in
name one of the
combat.
3 main ones that the
You're
Secretary
talking
of
about
Defense
defense
signs?
arrangements. I mean, NATO might be one that you're referring to.
Status of Forces Agreement would be one of them.
Status of Forces Agreement. I've been a part of teaching
So-
about Status of Forces Agreements.
But you don't
inside
remember to mention
Afghanistan.
it? You're not qualified, Mr. Hegseth. You're not qualified. You talk about repairing our defense industrial complex. You're not qualified to that. You could do acquisition and cross-servicing agreements, which essentially are security agreements. You can't even mention that. You've done none of those. You talked about the Indo-Pacific a little bit, and I'm glad that you mentioned it. Can you name the importance of at least one of the nations in the ASEAN, and what type of agreement we have with at least one of those nations? And how many nations are in ASEAN, by the way?
I couldn't tell you the exact
No, you
amount of
couldn't,
nations
because
in
you've
that,
not
but I
even
know we have
bothered to
allies
do-
in South Korea and Japan and in AUKUS with Australia, trying to work
Okay.
on submarines with them. and
Mr.
data
Hegseth,
transfers
none
with
of those
them.
countries
We
are
have
in
allies
ASEAN.
across.
None of those 3 countries that you've mentioned are in ASEAN. I suggest you do a little homework before you prepare for these types of negotiations. Listen, Mr. Hegseth, this is, we ask our troops to go into harm's way all the time. We ask them to go into harm's way. And this behind me is a copy of the Soldier's Creed, a copy that usually hangs over my desk here in the Senate, and you should be familiar with it. It's the same copy that hung over my desk at Walter Reed every single day that I woke up and fought my way back because I wanted to go back and serve next to my buddies who'd saved my life. This same copy, these words are repeated over and over and over again. And let me read out two things to you, two sentences. I will always place the mission first, and I am disciplined, physically and mentally tough, trained and proficient in my warrior task. Mr. Hegseth, our troops follow these words every single day, and they man up and they pack their rucksacks and they go to war. And they deserve a leader who can lead them, not a leader who wants to lower the standards for himself or raising the standards for other people. And by the way, our troops already meet the standards. We ask troops to man that ship, fight that fire, fly that helicopter until their very last breath. And they do that every single day. They cannot be led by someone who's not competent to do the job. How can we ask these warriors to train and perform the absolute highest standards when you are asking us to lower the standards to make you the Secretary of Defense simply because you are buddies with our president-elect? And by the way, he has filed for bankruptcy 6 times. I'm not quite sure he's the kind of CEO you want to refer to as a successful businessman. Let me make it clear. You can't seem to grasp that there is no U.S. military as we know it without the incredible women that we serve. Women who've earned their place in their units. You have not earned your place as Secretary of Defense. You say you care about keeping our armed forces strong and that you like that our armed forces are meritocracy, then let's not lower the standards for you. You, sir, are a no-go at this station.
Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Duffy, welcome, and thank you for taking the time to meet with me and also for our phone call yesterday. I want to second what the chairwoman of the Tammy Caucus in the Senate had to say about, about Buy America. It is critical to the U.S. steel industry, and the U.S. steel industry and our steel workers are critical to our nation's commerce and also our defense industrial complex. We need to be able to make our own steel, and we need to be able to sell that steel. And so it's really important to enforce the Buy America provisions. If confirmed, you will be taking the helmet DOT at a critical time. And we've already talked about safety and air transportation. You've mentioned dignified treatment of traveling Americans, and I'm particularly interested in the over 70 million of us who have some form of a disability. And I have to say that I hope that you will support the ASAP Act, which provides funding to make our nation's, it's called the All Stations Accessibility Program. It provides funding. It was passed as part of the bipartisan infrastructure deal to make all stations for mass transit stations accessible for all persons who face challenges, not just a mobility disability like I have, but also, as you've mentioned, cognitive disabilities, vision, hearing, when everything is done on, if you have to buy your ticket on a flat screen, that makes somebody with a vision impairment very difficult for them to do that. When you have some stations set up in a way that is very challenging for people with cognitive disabilities, it makes it very hard for people to access mass transit. So I hope that you will support the ASAP Act as Secretary of Transportation.
Yes. First, I have to say, I appreciate your generosity and the meetings we had in your office and also the phone call we had yesterday. I'm grateful for that. Thank you. And I'm not that familiar with the act. I'd love to review it, but if it's a law passed by Congress, I will follow it. And I'm committed to you and the chair of the Tammy Caucus to making sure we do have access with all kinds of disabilities to our transportation system. And I never got a straight answer on how Tammy Baldwin from Wisconsin got the chairmanship, but we can talk about that later.
She was unanimously nominated and voted upon when she left the room to go use the restroom. She came back and she was a chairwoman. So going back to the Bipartisan Infrastructure Act, it is crucial that DOT continues to implement the law as Congress directed, and Illinois and every other state needs to receive all the funding that has been awarded to it on time and without undue delay. And this funding is going to both red states and blue states. If confirmed, will you ensure that the Bipartisan Infrastructure Act continues to get implemented in a timely manner?
I commit to implementing the law, and I mentioned this earlier, but a number of people have indicated that they thought that the money was going out slowly after being obligated, so I would work to make sure we're getting it out the door faster for these really important projects and try to identify what the holdups are.
Thank you. As you know, and we've had this conversation with, already has been brought up, I remain very concerned about aviation safety. I'm on the Aviation Safety Subcommittee. I chaired it, helped along with Senator Moran, a wonderful partner on passing the FAA reauthorization. If confirmed, will you faithfully execute the 1,500-hour rule?
Yes, I will follow the law, which is
you.
the 1,500-hour rule.
Thank you. If confirmed, will you ensure that the FAA Reauthorization Act is implemented in a timely manner so that its safety enhancements will be promulgated without undue delay?
Yes.
This is also a critical time for oversight of Boeing. We've already talked about this. The FAA has conducted enhanced oversight since a door plug blew out of a 737 MAX 9 last year. This is long overdue and must continue. In October, a scathing Department of Transportation Inspector General report found not only that FAA's oversight of Boeing production prior to the Alaska Airlines incident was ineffective, but that report also disclosed that a few months before the door plug blew out, FAA oversight officials had initiated a request to delegate airworthiness inspections back to Boeing so that they would be self-inspecting without any criteria for doing so. This is a dereliction of FAA's oversight responsibility. If confirmed, will you ensure that the FAA conducts appropriate oversight of Boeing?
100%.
Thank you. I also want to make sure that we continue to address, as I've talked about, accessibility for Americans with disabilities. If confirmed, will you work with me to continue improving transportation for access for individuals with disabilities, all forms of disabilities?
Yes, I look forward to working with you, Senator.
Thank you. And I am out of time. I yield back, Chairman.
Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say, Senator Rubio, I want to start off by noting for the record that when I first got to the Senate and I was in my first year and you just run for president and I didn't think you would know who I was pregnant with my daughter and trying to change Senate rules so that I could bring her onto the floor so I could do my job and vote, because I can't come through the normal back door to vote because there's stairs there and it's not accessible for wheelchairs. And I remember in the middle of that battle, rolling through the Senate floor to vote, and I heard, "Tammy Duckworth," from across the Senate chambers, and you came running down from the top back of the Senate chambers to tell me, "I'm with you, I will support you, you have the right to vote, and I will support you being able to bring your daughter, your child onto the floor when she's born." And I want to thank you for that kindness, because you did speak to your leadership about it. And it was a moment of true bipartisanship, but also as parents. And as someone who was new to the Senate, I was extremely grateful to you for that kindness.
I think what I exactly said is, what's the big deal? This place is already full of babies.
Mr. President, in these serious times, we need a serious candidate to lead our military. We need someone with merit to lead our meritocracy, someone with moral strength to be in charge of protecting our national strength. For all these reasons and quite a few more, I will not be voting to confirm the supremely unqualified Pete Hegseth as Secretary of Defense. Our troops deserve better than a guy who was seemingly only nominated because he used to host Trump's favorite TV show on Fox News. I have plenty to say about Mr. Hegseth and the many, many ways in which he would degrade our military readiness. It's no secret that I disagreed with Trump on nearly everything during his first term. Yet, I still voted to confirm both James Mattis and Mark Esper when he nominated them for this very role. The thing is, Hegseth has never led thousands of people like Mattis had. He never ran an entire army like Esper did. No, the only thing Hegseth has ever run, he's run into the ground. The only major organizations he's ever led, he's led into debt. Pete Hegseth is unqualified. He is unprepared. He is unethical. And most of all, he is unfit. Mr. Hegseth may talk about how having had dust on his boots makes him worthy of becoming Secretary of Defense. Well, as someone who left her boots in a dusty field in Iraq, let me tell you exactly why he is unfit to lead our heroes. Mr. Hegseth likes to say that our military is a great meritocracy, and I agree with that. So let's go over his supposed merits for this role. The Secretary of Defense oversees the federal government's largest agency, They manage a $900 billion budget, along with the 3 million service members and civilians who fall under its umbrella. During his time in uniform, Pete Hegseth never commanded a unit with more than 200 people. Meanwhile, on the civilian side, both organizations that he led went into debt. In fact, he so badly mismanaged one of them that they had to bring in a forensic accountant to clean up the mess that he had made. That's it. Those are his only supposed qualifications to head up one of the most complex, important organizations in the world. Listen, there are plenty of Republicans whose policies I may disagree with, but who I would vote to confirm because I know that they too have spent their lives working to keep our country strong and could demonstrate why they are qualified for this role. Mr. Hegseth is not one of those people. Who knows why Donald Trump picked this guy? Maybe Hegseth's business failures makes Trump feel better about his own 6 bankruptcies. Maybe it's because Hegseth spent years fawning over Trump on Fox News, and Trump's dream cabinet is a bunch of yes men who know how to kiss up to him on TV. Or maybe it's just that all of Cadet Bonespur's draft dodging has left him with no clue about what kind of leader our military needs. Look, at his confirmation hearing on Tuesday, I gave Mr. Hegseth every opportunity to show me that I was wrong, to prove that he could do this job, that he does know the first thing, or anything, about what it takes to take on this massive responsibility of being the Secretary of Defense. I asked him basic questions that even the most junior folks working in the Pentagon would know, like naming one of the main international agreements he'd be responsible for leading. He couldn't name one. I asked him to tell me just a single country in the Association of Southeast Asian Nations. Again, he couldn't give me one, and one of those is our longest treaty ally of 190 years. Not a single one of the 10. This was shocking, and yet not surprising from a man whose main form of policy education has come from reading the Fox News teleprompter. This was pitiful, yet predictable, from a guy who said that we women do not belong in combat, who's dared to claim that the military is lowering its standards so that we poor, fragile, fair sex, and God forbid, us moms, can serve. Well, the only standards being lowered today are the ones for Secretary of Defense. Our female service members have earned the jobs that they're in, unlike Mr. Hegseth, who won't even say whether he'd refuse an unlawful order. I have next to me today a framed copy of the Soldier's Creed, a poster that usually hangs over my desk here in the Senate and has done so for the last 8 years. It's the same copy that hung above my bed at Walter Reed Army Medical Center when I spent over a year in the hospital recovering from my shoot-down. The same poster whose lines I read before I was wheeled into each and every one of my surgeries, the same one whose words I repeated over and over to myself on the days when I was in so much pain that I couldn't breathe, yet was determined to fight my way back to health so I could serve again next to the buddies who saved my life. These words helped me find the strength I needed when I needed it the most, because they reminded me of who I was and that I was a proud member of the greatest fighting force on the face of the earth, whose duty it was to live up to the sacrifices of my fellow soldiers. And I'd like to quote a couple lines from the Creed right now. I will always place the mission first, and I am disciplined, physically and mentally tough, trained and proficient in my warrior tasks. Our troops followed these words every day as we asked them to do the hardest thing imaginable. We asked them to leave their families, to potentially never hold their spouse's hand again, to maybe never get to see their babies take their first steps. We asked them to do all of that and then walk into enemy fire and be good enough, competent enough, qualified enough that regardless of the threat they face, they will still be able to do their jobs. We asked them to be so ready for the mission at hand that they can still fly that helicopter, still man that ship, still fight that fire until their very last breath. Tell me, how can we ask these warriors to train and perform to the absolute highest standards if we're going to confirm a guy who doesn't seem to care enough to prepare to lead them in any way? Listen, these are dangerous times on the geopolitical stage. Our adversaries are watching, waiting to see if we really will put in power someone so obviously unqualified. And Mr. Hegseth made a point of saying at Tuesday's hearing that every single warfighter should be hired based on performance, readiness, and merit. And I agree with him. However, he fails to meet every single one of those metrics. He is asking to be handed a job he's not prepared for because of his relationship with Donald Trump. But this role is too important. Our troops' lives too precious to let personal ambition get in the way of the mission at hand. So let me close with this. Part of being a leader is knowing when you're not competent enough to do the job. Well, Mr. Hegseth, you are not technically proficient. You are not tactically proficient. And your nomination is an insult to those brave enough to be serving our nation. So you, sir, are a no-go at this station. I am voting no on Pete Hegseth's nomination to be Secretary of Defense. And if my colleagues cared more about keeping our nation strong than genuflecting to Donald Trump, then they should have the courage to vote no as well. I yield the floor and suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll, please.
Hi, everyone. I'm Maggie McGrath with Forbes Breaking News. On Tuesday, senators grilled Pete Hegseth, President-elect Donald Trump's nominee for Defense Secretary. The hearing had some very difficult questions for Hegseth, including around allegations over sexual misconduct and controversial views over women in combat. In spite of this, he seems poised for Senate confirmation. So joining us now is one of the senators who participated in the hearing, Senator Tammy Duckworth. She represents Illinois. She is a combat veteran and a Purple Heart recipient. Senator, thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for having me on.
So I want to start by asking, I said that he seems poised for confirmation. Would you agree based on what you saw on Tuesday?
Based on what I saw, it seems like my Republican colleagues are going to roll over for Donald Trump and confirm somebody and hold their nose and confirm this man who's highly unqualified for the job.
We will get into why you think he is unqualified, but I want to ask, if he is confirmed, then that opens up the possibility of Senate hearings for some of his subordinates. Do you think Democrats would have more sway on some of those people?
Well, I don't know. I mean, some of his subordinates, unfortunately, are probably qualified for the job, but come from a very scary position, especially if you have Hegseth as the Secretary of Defense, because now you can have a lot of mischief happening because you have the guy at the top who doesn't know what he's doing and can't supervise those subordinate to him. He's already said that he's going to look at and potentially fire all the top generals and admirals who would actually have the institutional knowledge and the tactical proficiency to run the Department of Defense. So I'm very worried as to who the leadership team is going to be at the headquarters of the greatest military on the face of the earth with access to the nuclear codes.
So you say he's unqualified, and in the hearing on Tuesday, you did focus on his qualifications. What concerns you the most about him? Is it his qualifications or is it his ideology? Like, what is the number one chief concern for you?
It's his lack of qualifications. I voted for both of President Trump's previous nominees to be Secretary of Defense, Mark Esper, whose ideology I didn't agree with, and also for General Mattis as well. So I asked both questions. They were able to prove to me that they were qualified for the job, and I voted yes on both of them. So this was not an anti-President Trump thing. This is about, who's run an organization big enough that they can step up to run the be Secretary of Defense and run a 3 million personnel organization with a budget of almost $900 billion. Pete Hegseth does not fit those qualifications.
And you are joining us today after speaking on the Senate floor about Hegseth. What did you just tell your colleagues in the Senate?
That they need to put country above Donald Trump, that they need to, they're well aware that he is not qualified for the job, and that if they truly cared about the well-being and the national security of America, that they need to vote no on Pete Hegseth.
Are there any areas of agreement that you have found with Hegseth over the course of the hearing, or anything that you heard in his plans for the Pentagon that you could see a potential path forward for compromise?
Well, I would agree with him that we should not be lowering standards within the Department of Defense for people to do the jobs to which they are assigned. He spoke at length about how he didn't want to lower standards for women to serve. Well, the standards are not being lowered for women, and nobody's asking to lower standards so that women can serve. The only person asking to lower standards at this point is Pete Hegseth, asking to have the standards for Secretary of Defense lowered so that he can have a job that he's not qualified for.
Can you paint a picture for us? If he is confirmed, what will the Pentagon look like in a couple of months? What are the policies you would expect to see? What is the potential chaos or organization that you think you would see?
Well, just right off the bat, a complete mismanagement of the Pentagon's budget. The only two organizations that he was in charge of in charge of their budgets, he ran into debt, and one of them, with a budget of just $10 million, he ran so poorly that when he was essentially fired, they had to bring in forensic accountants to go through and see what he did. Now, the Pentagon has never passed an audit. I would like the Pentagon to pass an audit. It's something I share concerns with my Republican colleagues, Joni Ernst, who says the Pentagon should pass an audit. I agree with her, but I don't think that Pete Hegseth is the guy to lead that effort.
So you and Senator Ernst agree that there should be an audit, but do you disagree on confirming Pete Hegseth?
Very much so, and I'm somewhat disappointed that Joni would basically kowtow to MAGA extremists, which, at first she said she had some concerns, but she came under such attacks from the MAGA crowd and people around Donald Trump up and down his leadership team said that they would come after her, and her, she's up for re-election. They will primary her. And like so many of my Republican colleagues, they're running scared. And frankly, I wish that they would put the national security of America over their own political survival. And unfortunately, the people with that type of courage are no longer here on the Republican side in the Senate. You don't have Sass or McCain or, Mitt Romney. He couldn't get reelected. He couldn't win a primary in Utah once he stood up to Donald Trump. So at this point, we basically have a Republican Party that's just here to do whatever Donald Trump wants them to do.
I was just about to ask, does this moment tell you anything about what you would expect to see from your Senate Republican colleagues going forward in the new administration? Will there be any standing up to the administration, or have the Republicans really closed ranks?
I think it's not so much closed ranks as it is been brought to their knees. At this point, they are on their knees and unable to stand up to Donald Trump. And that is a very scary place for us to be as a nation in a time when we have adversaries around the world looking to exploit any weaknesses that they see in our nation for their own personal gains. And then frankly, we're supposed to be leaders of the free world, and we can't do that if we don't have people at the very top of our government who are qualified to do their jobs. And frankly, Mr. Hegseth is not somebody who can do the job to which he aspires.
You serve on the Senate Armed Services Committee. You just addressed the Senate floor today. What else will you be doing in the coming days to talk to your Senate colleagues about Hegseth's confirmation? Are there talking points you're drawing on, or specific colleagues you plan to talk to maybe emphasize your point of view here?
Well, I'm happy to talk to any one of my Republican colleagues, but unfortunately, I don't think they're listening anymore. I think the fix is in. And I don't think that reason is going to work anymore, because if reason were to work, then they would be voting no. It's so obvious this man is not qualified for the job to which he seeks. I asked him some basic questions like, what type of diplomatic negotiations, security agreements does the Secretary of Defense have to lead? One of Mr. Hegseth's talking points the other day was he kept saying how, well, he's going to hire people smarter than him to do this. Well, then why don't we hire somebody smarter than him to become Secretary of Defense?
So, Senator, I have to ask then, if he is poised for confirmation, how do you see your relationship with the Secretary of Defense in the new administration and with the Pentagon? What do you think that will look like?
I don't know. I've invited Mr. Hegseth to come meet with me, and he hid and ran away from all the Democrats on the committee. He didn't meet with any of us except for Ranking Member Reed, whom he was forced to. And then the Trump team lied about why he didn't meet with us. He said that there were conflicts of our schedules, when in fact I have an email from them dated December 18th saying that they would not meet with me until the week of January 20th. And so if he's not willing to come to meet with me prior to his confirmation hearing, I'm not quite sure what type of relationship we can have. Now, that said, I've had great working relationships with all of the previous Secretary of Defense ever since I've been in elected office now. That's for 12 years on both sides of the aisle under both Democratic and Republican administrations. So we'll see what happens with Mr. Hegseth. We'll see if he even shows up to meet with me, because I'm still willing to meet with him. and maybe teach him a little bit about some of the questions, the answers that he got wrong. Happy to mentor him in his job because obviously he's not qualified or ready for it.
Happy to mentor. That's a good point. And finally, I want to ask, because you are a veteran, what is your message to the women serving in our military right now who might be concerned about Hegseth's comments about women in combat?
Well, just that they've already earned the jobs that they've had. They've already met the standards. They should be proud in the positions that they have. And that to be sure to understand that this is not about a question about whether or not they're capable of doing their jobs. This whole discussion is about whether or not Hegseth is capable of doing his job, which he is not. So just focus on your mission, focus on your training, focus on your tactical and technical proficiencies, and do your job. And thank you for serving America and being willing to protect and defend all of us.
Senator Tammy Duckworth, thank you so much for joining us today. We so appreciate your time, as always.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Are there any areas of agreement that you have found with Hegseth over the course of the hearing, or anything that you heard in his plans for the Pentagon that you could see a potential path forward for compromise?
Well, I would agree with him that we should not be lowering standards within the Department of Defense for people to do the jobs to which they are assigned. He spoke at length about how he didn't want to lower standards for women to serve. Well, the standards are not being lowered for women, and nobody's asking to lower standards so that women can serve. The only person asking to lower standards at this point is Hegseth, asking to have the standards for Secretary of Defense lowered so that he can have a job that he's not qualified for.
Can you paint a picture for us? If he is confirmed, what will the Pentagon look like in a couple of months? What are the policies you would expect to see? What is the potential chaos or organization that you think you would see?
Well, just right off the bat, a complete mismanagement of the Pentagon's budget. The only two organizations that he was in charge of in charge of their budgets, he ran into debt, and one of them, with a budget of just $10 million, he ran so poorly that when he was essentially fired, they had to bring in forensic accountants to go through and see what he did. Now, the Pentagon has never passed an audit. I would like the Pentagon to pass an audit. It's something I share concerns with my Republican colleagues, Joni Ernst, who says the Pentagon should pass an audit. I agree with her, but I don't think that Hegseth is the guy to lead that effort.
So you and Senator Ernst agree that there should be an audit, but do you disagree on confirming Pete Hegseth?
Very much so, and I'm somewhat disappointed that Joni would basically kowtow to MAGA extremists, which, at first she said she had some concerns, but she came under such attacks from the MAGA crowd and people around Donald Trump up and down his leadership team said that they would come after her, and she's up for re-election. They will primary her. And like so many of my Republican colleagues, they're running scared. And frankly, I wish that they would put the national security of America over their own political survival. And unfortunately, the people with that type of courage are no longer here on the Republican side in the Senate. You don't have Sass or McCain or, Mitt Romney. He couldn't get reelected. He couldn't win a primary in Utah once he stood up to Donald Trump. So at this point, we basically have a Republican Party that's just here to do whatever Donald Trump wants them to do.
I was just about to ask, does this moment tell you anything about what you would expect to see from your Senate Republican colleagues going forward in the new administration? Will there be any standing up to the administration, or have the Republicans really closed ranks?
I think it's not so much closed ranks as it is been brought to their knees. At this point, they are on their knees and unable to stand up to Donald Trump. And that is a very scary place for us to be as a nation in a time when we have adversaries around the world looking to exploit any weaknesses that they see in our nation for their own personal gains. And then frankly, we're supposed to be leaders of the free world, and we can't do that if we don't have people at the very top of our government who are qualified to do their jobs. And frankly, Mr. Hegseth is not somebody who can do the job to which he aspires.
Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say, Senator Rubio, I want to start off by noting for the record that when I first got to the Senate and I was in my first year, and you just run for president, and I didn't think you would know who I was. I was pregnant with my daughter and trying to change Senate rules so that I could bring her onto the floor so I could do my job and vote, because I can't come through the normal back door to vote because there's stairs there and it's not accessible for wheelchairs. And I remember in the middle of that battle, rolling through the Senate floor to vote, and I heard, "Tammy Duckworth," from across the Senate chambers, and you came running down from the top back of the Senate chambers to tell me, "I'm with you, I will support you, you have the right to vote, and I will support you being able to bring your daughter, your child onto the floor when she's born." And I want to thank you for that kindness, because you did speak to your leadership about it. And it was a moment of true bipartisanship, but also as parents. And as someone who was new to the Senate, I was extremely grateful to you for that kindness.
I think what I exactly said is, what's the big deal? This place is already full of babies.
Exactly. So I want to touch on a topic we discussed last month. Thank you for sitting down with me. I always appreciate the opportunity to sit down with nominees. I appreciate also your earlier response to Senator McCormick about Americans detained abroad and your commitment to tackling this head on. As you and I also discussed last month, I appreciate your attention and commitment to addressing the case of Illinoisans in particular that we discussed as well. Thank you for that. Another topic, you already touched on some of the issues in the Indo-Pacific, particularly around the PRC and the DPRK, but I'd like to dive back into the issue of ASEAN and the ASEAN nations. Since coming to the Senate, I make a point of visiting Southeast Asia annually to reinforce our friends and partners there, and those that we want to become our friends and partners there, that the United States, and particularly those of us in the Senate, care deeply about these longstanding historic relationships and making sure that those relationships live up to their potential. And as you know, respect for ASEAN centrality has been a core part of our foreign policy in that region. In fact, the first Trump administration's Indo-Pacific strategy correctly emphasized ASEAN centrality as an important principle. Unfortunately, not all of President Trump's nominees this time seems to grasp the importance or in fact know what ASEAN is. Yesterday, I was distinctly unimpressed when questioning Secretary of Defense nominee Hegseth that he could not mention a single nation in ASEAN, particularly shameful when we have at least two major non-NATO allies in the bloc, one of which, Thailand, is the longest treaty alliance that the United States has at over 190 years long. What can you share with us today about how you would approach ASEAN as a whole and with individual member states to capitalize on some of the key opportunities and challenges facing the region? I know you've spoken about the Philippines, but can you build on that?
Sure. ASEAN, the first thing is, the group's utility begins by the fact that through its 10 members, they've also, I believe, have 5 or maybe it's 6 free trade agreements now with neighboring countries as well. Look, though we have to be very pragmatic in our approach and how we prioritize it. I think the group will always struggle to coordinate unanimity on the issue of their relationship with China. Okay, if you look at the continental, Laos, Myanmar, Cambodia, because of their geographic presence, because of history, they lean a little bit more in the Chinese direction, and other countries do not. I think it would be a mistake for us to sort of make it as a condition of our engagement with ASEAN to say, you must pick a side and you must pick a side now. Are you with them or are you with us? I think what I can safely say is that the overwhelming and vast majority of the nation states in ASEAN, if not maybe all, do not want to live in a region in which China is the predominant power and they are viewed as tributary states to Beijing, and welcome U.S. engagement in the region as both an economic and defense counterweight. And so I think we need to view this as, it would be a mistake to go in with sort of a Cold War mentality of pick a side and pick a side now. I think the broader approach is to say they have a vested interest in us being involved. We have a vested interest as an Indo-Pacific nation in involving ourselves through this forum and finding opportunities, both holistically through the 10 nations and individually through whatever bilateral opportunities present itself. Earlier, you may not have been here, but I was asked a question about Thailand, and there is a group of Uyghurs that are in Thailand that they're saying may be deported. And I said, this is one of our strongest, longest relationships in the region, and maybe one of the longest and strongest in the world. And that's where these relationships really come to bear, not to browbeat them in a public forum, but through strong diplomacy and using the benefit of that relationship to go to a Thailand and see if we can't get them to not deport these people into the hands of Chinese authorities, knowing the atrocities that have been committed. So that's a value added to this relationship. That is a bilateral relationship we have with Thailand. It's not the one we're going to have with every country in the region, but I do think the forum serves as a useful platform for us to be able to engage the region and individually these countries.
So you would agree with what the first Trump administration emphasized, which is that ASEAN centrality. And I think this is something that the new ASEAN chair, Malaysia, under Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim, is saying with the Mandani concept, which is growing that cohesion within ASEAN itself and in dealing with the organization while we continue to pursue those bilateral relationships. What the stronger ASEAN can be cohesively as a unit allows them to better deal with countries like Myanmar, for example, and allows us to better have those relations with them and also for them cohesively to try to stand up to outside forces.
One of the things that I think, and I think you saw this in the first Trump term, and we'll probably see again, is to the extent you see production sort of moving from China to other countries, some of these countries stand to benefit from that, assuming they themselves are not the target of some tariff or what have you. But I think there are benefits there in that regard. I would imagine that there are also some concerns they would share with us about maybe some of our other policies, economic or otherwise. But I do think it's an opportunity that provides some real economic development benefit opportunities for a number of the countries in ASEAN. We would hope all of them, but certainly some more than others because of alignment of interests. What I do think is we have to be realistic, and I just want to reiterate this because I think sometimes we go into these things viewing them with the lens of NATO or something else. The key component to understand is we are probably never going to have sort of a overwhelming majority consensus on the role China is going to play. But I do think you could argue that the vast majority of countries in this forum, if not all, do not want to live in a region in which China is the predominant, overwhelming power, and they all are viewed as sort of tributary states. They are not interested in that, and they view the United States as a very logical and welcome economic and defense counterweight to that.
Yeah. And I do think that even the mainland ASEAN nations that, as you, in your words, lean more towards China, have suffered. If you look at what happens with water, we talked a lot about Mexico and water into Texas, but also with the Mekong River in ASEAN, with the 10 dams that China has built upriver is now affecting water and also arable lands further down the river. And initiatives like the Two Rivers Initiative, which marries the Mississippi River, which is 2/3 of the border of my home state, along with the Mekong River, is a way for us to build some of these relationships and bring in American expertise. A different place where we can also provide expertise is international disability rights. We have been working with ASEAN on developing disability rights and a cohesive approach to it in ASEAN. But I think on an international scale, whether it's ASEAN or Ukraine as they rebuild, I do think that disability awareness, rebuilding Ukraine to become more accessible, promoting disability rights around the world is something that is a way that we can engage with the rest of the world as well. Love to hear from you.
Yeah, and I say this
commitment to disability rights around the world.
And I say this, sadly, it's going to be of critical importance to nations that are emerging from conflict, where we know modern conflict, people are injured in ways that are now survivable, but leave them for the rest of their lives with permanent disability. And so I think it's going to be, in the case, from a very practical perspective, in the case of Ukraine, it's going to be valuable because there are people that have been injured in that conflict that for the rest of their lives are going to have to deal with that, and it's conducive. The other thing we've discussed is our diplomatic facilities around the world and whether they are, and understand that the number one job, the reason why we have embassies and consulates, yes, we represent U.S. interests in that country, but its number one obligation is to support Americans. If you lose your passport, if God forbid you go to jail, whatever it may be, that we have a presence there that can support Americans abroad. And it was stunning for me in our conversation to learn that there are a number of these locations around the world that are not accessible to Americans with disabilities that needed to access them. So it's something that we would have to look, we'd be interested in looking at as well to make sure that just from our core obligation, we're able to fulfill it.
And also, it keeps many of your own staff members who may have disabilities from serving in some of these overseas missions. As you said, highly trained, well-qualified regional experts, subject matter experts may not be able to serve in some of these embassies where they can't, it's not accessible for them. So I thank you for bringing that up. And I will yield back my 9 seconds, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
So generous.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Duckworth. Those are important points.
You serve on the Senate Armed Services Committee. You just addressed the Senate floor today. What else will you be doing in the coming days to talk to your Senate colleagues about Hegseth's confirmation? Are there talking points you're drawing on, or specific colleagues you plan to talk to maybe emphasize your point of view here?
Well, I'm happy to talk to any one of my Republican colleagues, but unfortunately, I don't think they're listening anymore. I think the fix is in. And I don't think that reason is going to work anymore, because if reason were to work, then they would be voting no. It's so obvious this man is not qualified for the job to which he seeks. I asked him some basic questions like, what type of diplomatic negotiations, security agreements does the Secretary of Defense have to lead? One of Mr. Hegseth's talking points the other day was he kept saying how, well, he's going to hire people smarter than him to do this. Well, then why don't we hire somebody smarter than him to become Secretary of Defense?
So, Senator, I have to ask then, if he is poised for confirmation, how do you see your relationship with the Secretary of Defense in the new administration and with the Pentagon? What do you think that will look like?
I don't know. I've invited Mr. Hegseth to come meet with me, and he hid and ran away from all the Democrats on the committee. He didn't meet with any of us except for Ranking Member Reed, whom he was forced to. And then the Trump team lied about why he didn't meet with us. He said that there were conflicts of our schedules, when in fact I have an email from them dated December 18th saying that they would not meet with me until the week of January 20th. And so if he's not willing to come to meet with me prior to his confirmation hearing, I'm not quite sure what type of relationship we can have. Now, that said, I've had great working relationships with all of the previous Secretary of Defense ever since I've been in elected office now. That's for 12 years on both sides of the aisle under both Democratic and Republican administrations. So we'll see what happens with Mr. Hegseth. We'll see if he even shows up to meet with me, because I'm still willing to meet with him and maybe teach him a little bit about some of the questions, the answers that he got wrong. Happy to mentor him in his job, because obviously he's not qualified or ready for it.
Happy to mentor. That's a good point. And finally, I want to ask, because you are a veteran, what is your message to the women serving in our military right now who might be concerned about Hegseth's comments about women in combat?
Well, just that they've already earned the jobs that they've had. They've already met the standards. They should be proud in the positions that they have. And that to be sure to understand that this is not about a question about whether or not they're capable of doing their jobs. This whole discussion is about whether or not Pete Hegseth is capable of doing his job, which he is not. So just focus on your mission, focus on your training, focus on your tactical and technical proficiencies, and do your job. And thank you for serving America and being willing to protect and defend all of us.
Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congresswoman Stefanik, it's good to see you again. When we met last week, we talked about your strategy for jumping in and getting up to speed among the many career diplomats at the United Nations. What can you say here today about how you will tackle that problem set of facing people who've been there for a long time and who may have long established relationships and experience at the UN headquarters?
I think it's very important to build on their significant experience. Right now, there's the transition happening. If confirmed, I hope to dig in and gain their expertise, particularly the regional expertise that many of the officials within the State Department serving at the US-UN mission. It's very important, particularly in the technical aspects and some of the technical organizations and some of the regional challenges within the UN system. Typically, the deputy permanent rep is a career, although presidentially appointed, and I will support the president's nominee, but our hope is that that will bring career expertise from within the State Department and an understanding of the UN system.
Will you commit to proactively engaging the rotating members of the Security Council and investing time, particularly in relationships throughout those who represent the Global South?
Yes, that is very important. It was an issue that you and I discussed, Senator, and was actually asked in previous parts of this hearing. It's incredibly important. If you look at China's inroads in the Global South, it's one of the greatest challenges that we face when you look at the UN voting habits of various countries. So we need to build upon our regional organizations and push back on Chinese influence in that region, and that starts with engagement.
Thank you. Shifting gears to Southeast Asia. The crisis in Myanmar feels like it is only escalating as the years pass since the Tatmadaw took control in 2021. Millions of people are internally displaced, and there are hundreds of thousands of Karen displaced in Thailand and nearly 1 million Rohingya displaced into Bangladesh. Although we've had UN Security Council Resolution 2669 since 2022, ASEAN's 5 points consensus since 2021, and increasing sanctions targeting the military junta, there is no sign to an end in sight for this crisis. It's also created a ripe environment for criminal activity, with cyber scam centers engaging in human trafficking and enriching themselves by targeting people with fraud. This has a major economic impact, including on people here in the United States who find themselves targeted. If confirmed as UN ambassador, what ideas would you have to get after some of the challenges that make up this really complex case? I'm not asking you to single-handedly solve the conflict, but can you touch on how you would work with regional bodies like ASEAN, especially under the Malaysian chairmanship year, or Thailand, our longest treaty ally of the United States, or the Philippines, where we have a security alliance, UN sub-agencies or other entities to break through the stalemate the world find ourselves in when it comes to Myanmar?
Yes, thank you so much for the question. This needs to be among the top priorities when it comes to standing up with human rights, and I'm grateful for the Congress and the Senate for having such a bipartisan record when it comes to standing up for human rights. I hope to return that to a top priority when the U.S. has the opportunity to chair the Security Council, and I think building on these regional organizations like ASEAN is very important. I myself led a delegation with House Armed Services Committee colleagues, House Intelligence colleagues. We went to Thailand. We have gone to other ASEAN countries on that visit and working with them within the region, because it's so important to the security in the region and the values that we strongly support in the region. You point out Thailand as our longest ally, oldest ally in the region. That's a very important relationship, and you have my commitment to continue to build on that. And I also think, ASEAN in this particular human rights challenge that you pointed out, but I think we ought to build on these international organizations like AUKUS, the Quad writ large within the UN, because I think that helps continue to expand our ability to deliver diplomatic results.
Thank you. I very much look forward to working with you in your new position. Congratulations.
Thank you, Senator Duckworth.
Thank
Yield
you.
back, Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Duckworth.
Thank you. Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Lutnick, welcome. Yesterday, President Trump paused disbursement of federal grants and loans, including grants that have already been obligated. Some of my colleagues have touched on this already. These include grants from the Department of Commerce. For the second week in a row, President Trump's actions are sowing confusion, uncertainty, and anxiety. When Congress directs federal agencies how to spend taxpayer funds, especially once those funds have been obligated, that funding must be disbursed. That is federal law. This kind of chaos will make America less globally competitive, not more. Other nations are watching and figuring out how to give themselves an advantage while we are dealing with the chaos of poorly executed EOs. The Department of Commerce grants have real impact. For example, the Economic Development Administration recently awarded $51 million to the Illinois Fermentation and Agriculture Biomanufacturing IFAB Tech Hub. We've already discussed tech hubs and how important they are. They are important across the country. This is cutting-edge work that is going to keep America an innovator and global leader in agricultural business and grow good-paying jobs across the Midwest. Mr. Lutnick, if confirmed, will you commit to disbursing all obligated grant funding from the Department of Commerce on time and without delay?
If you add rigorously and making it as efficient as possible, I can say yes.
Okay, thank you. If President Trump directed you to do something illegal or unconstitutional, would you refuse to obey?
He won't.
That's not what I... Would you obey? Would you refuse an unconstitutional or illegal order from President Trump?
I will. The legal department of the Department of Commerce is excellent. I would go and get their advice and guidance, but this won't happen. It just won't happen.
So your answer is not going
That's
to be...
That's a hypothetical. Yes. That won't happen. So I don't...
He's given illegal orders before. He asked the Department of Defense to shoot protesters in the leg.
Well, I don't know that. I don't know that.
We can send you that information. All right. As we discussed when we met last month, good commercial policy is critical for our national security. Supporting small and medium-sized manufacturing
ensuring farmers have access to international markets, developing strong relationships with friendly partners, strengthening supply chains, and fortifying export controls to keep critical materials out of the hands of bad actors. This all helps keep our country safe and our economy strong. I especially enjoyed our conversation about the fact that our economy and that the Department of Commerce is also incredibly important to America's national security on a global scale. And I think we agreed on that, and I enjoyed our conversation on that. Agriculture and manufacturing are critical for Illinois and for the nation as a whole as part of that national strength. They not only generate good-paying jobs for hardworking Americans, but they also advance U.S. innovation in a highly competitive global economy. You've touched on that today, and I've enjoyed your remarks. If confirmed, how will you work to advance America's agricultural and manufacturing industries, both at home and abroad?
I think our farmers and our ranchers and our fishermen are treated with disrespect overseas. Europe, for example, comes up with all these sort of policies that our ranchers can't sell steak. If you saw a European steer and an American steer, it's laughable. The American steers are 3 times the size. The steaks are so much more beautiful, but they make up this nonsensical set of rules so that our ranchers can't sell there, our farmers can't sell there. It's nonsense. They don't like our fertilizer a little bit. We need to change those rules. We need to end the disrespect that our farmers, ranchers, and fishermen have to suffer with. And that's one of the things that I am just really excited about. I am going to help our farmers, ranchers, and fishermen be successful around the world. We are the best. Our farmers are the best. It is clear. And they need to be able to sell their wares around the world, and I need to help end the disrespect that they get elsewhere.
I agree with you that our farmers are a national treasure, and we should give them all the support that they need in order to be successful. When done well, joint ventures with partner nations can boost our economic growth, as well as enhance our national security. If confirmed, what will you do to foster an environment which can encourage joint ventures, especially with partner nations, especially those with whom we have national security agreements like Japan or Korea, that will enhance both our economy and our security?
Our great allies have taken advantage of our good nature, and they, like steel in Japan and appliances in Korea, I mean, they've just taken advantage of us. It's time for them to partner with us and bring that production back home. So I think we're going to work closely with our allies to increase their manufacturing productivity at home. And I think your way of thinking about it, saying let's work together to do that and bring it home, I think is really important for us and really important for our workforce.
I'm all for that. Thank you. I'm over his time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Young.
Thank you, Senator Peters. Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I, like everyone else, am praying for all the family members and thinking about the crew of the Black Hawk and all the people that we lost last night. I would like to caution that before we start calling it a training accident, that we have better idea of what exactly happened, because a training accident has very specific definitions. So please be careful about that. It tends to then start to blame the pilots, and frankly, our military pilots are some of the best trained in the world. Earlier this week, the Trump administration imposed a funding freeze on all federal grants and loans. Even though the OMB memo was rescinded yesterday, the freeze has not been rescinded. Mr. Driscoll, what is your position on the legality of that funding freeze?
Senator, before answering your question, I very sincerely, last night I was sitting watching what occurred on TV with a friend from 10th Mountain who was the down chopper, one of the platoons that had to deal with that in Afghanistan, and watching the struggle and heartbreak as he had to relive those moments. We actually reflected in the moment. I want to take a quick moment to say very sincerely, thank you for your service. I know it's an immense sacrifice, soldier to soldier. I'm sorry for what you've had to go through. To your question, the legality of the, would you mind repeating it?
Was the order from President Trump, his current order to pause all grant funding legal?
Senator, I haven't been able to take a good, deep enough look to know whether it was legal or not, but I would not believe that the president would issue an illegal order.
You don't believe that the president of the United States can issue an illegal order?
I don't believe President Trump would do that, Senator.
So, okay, that leads me to my next question. If President Trump directed you to do something illegal, would you refuse to obey?
I reject the premise of the question, Senator, that he would, but I would not, I would only follow lawful orders
And constitutional ones?
and constitutional ones.
Okay. If confirmed, will you commit to dispersing all obligated grant funding from the Department of the Army on time and without delay?
I would follow all lawful requirements of my job if confirmed, Senator.
Okay. I'd like to follow up on our meeting last week. To be candid, you performed very poorly in your conversation with me. I asked you, for example, how many personnel are in a division, and you told me 3,500. You just recently, when I came in, were answering my colleague from Alaska's questions about brigade combat teams. How many personnel are in an average brigade combat team?
Senator, I imagine the purpose of this question is to get to my qualifications as a leader.
No, I want you to answer the question.
Senator.
What is the, do you not know? If you don't know, that's okay.
Senator, I assume.
Answer my question. How many personnel are in because you performed very well today, and I've been impressed because it looks like you actually did some homework, but you spoke with conviction about the number of brigade combat teams that the Army needs to be effective. Can you tell me how many soldiers are in a brigade combat team?
35,
on average.
3,500.
Great, thank you. See, that would have been so much easier, but I know you're filibustering, I get it. What's FM 3-0?
Senator, I believe all of these questions are going to be
What is FM 3-0?
I actually was reading it last night, Senator. It's the Army's
Excellent.
training manual.
Operations.
Operations manual.
Fantastic. I'm glad you're doing your homework. See, this is working because you're doing your homework, which you did not do because you couldn't name a country in Africa where we have troops when I asked you.
Senator,
what is your views on force posture generally and the components and elements of force posture, as well as your understanding of the Army's current force posture?
Senator, I believe that the President of the United States chose me specifically because of my experience set that your colleagues
You're not
have
answering. Does that mean that you do not have an opinion on the Army's current force posture? It's my job. It's my job to advise and consent on the nominees that the President puts forward. Just because a President puts forward a nominee does not mean that person is automatically qualified to do the job. My question to you is, sir, as someone who will become Secretary of Army if confirmed, what is your current opinion of the Army's force posture, and can you describe the elements of that force posture?
Absolutely, Senator. And to your Africa comment, West Africa and Horn of Africa, and that was, I did study after you asked me that question, so I'm grateful for the question.
Answer my question on force posture.
We need to be prepared, Senator, for a threat from China, a peer that we have not.
I'm not asking you about near-peer threats. I'm asking you about the force posture.
We need our forces postured all over the world to
What
respond.
are the components of the force posture?
Senator, I believe that the question.
Answer is military disposition, strength, and condition and readiness of the military. It's in FM 3-0 operations, which you were reading last night. Can you outline for me the key capabilities of the Army supposed to provide the combatant command?
Senator, you can ask that question for the record. Your time has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Rescued by the chairman.
Senator Budd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman, I'm sorry. Mr. Chairman, can I add FM 3-0, the Army's operations manual for the record, include in the record?
Without objection, but let me ask you this. How many pages does that consist of?
It's quite a few pages, actually, but it's a basic reading for anybody who's gone through the officer's basic course, which I believe you have completed. Have you not, Mr. Driscoll?
Senator, it's 350 pages approximately.
There you go.
So you really do want us to go to the expense of reprinting something that's widely available? Could we just refer to it?
That is acceptable to me, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you very much. Senator Budd.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. And again, welcome, Mr. Driscoll. It's good to see you. You know, as a fellow North Carolinian, I know
Good afternoon. I want to start by welcoming everyone and thanking you for taking the time to join us today. It's an honor to have you all here at our incredible center. My name is Sonia, and I've been a parent at Two Rivers Head Start for a very long time. All of my children have attended here. This program has been a foundation for my family, providing support for my children, but also a strong community of resources and care. Since 2021, I've had the honor of serving serving as the Policy Council representative, which has allowed me to be more involved in the decisions that affect our centers and ensure that our voices as parents are heard. If the center were to close down, it would not only affect my family, but many others who rely on it for early childhood education and support. This place is more than just a daycare. It is a school, a food pantry, and a help center. This place is my village. Two Rivers Head Start is vital to the success of families in our community, and it's crucial that we continue to support it. Thank you. And now, Governor Pritzker.
Thank you, Sonia. Thank you very much. And good morning, everybody. Should we in the afternoon already, right? Yeah. I'm sorry, we've been together all day. So I really appreciate you, and I appreciate the work that you do here, and of course, raising your children, putting them through Head Start, vitally important for their future, and I'm grateful for that. For many of us who've been engaged in early childhood development and early childhood education for decades, we know that Sonia and the other parent leaders are the backbone of Head Start. The teachers here, the administrators here are, vital. They're angels that serve our families so well. And they and the rest of the staff really are why parents rely on Two Rivers Head Start to help give their youngest kids, the right start in life. Senator Duckworth and I have been able to speak with folks here and at other Head Start centers, hearing about the challenges that they go through. And they are still dealing with the fallout of President Trump's unconstitutional effort to interrupt and shut down critical funding for programs that help working families and their youngest children. Now, if the federal government, if the administration isn't paying its bills, Head Start can't continue to function. They have to pay their teachers and their staff, they have to pay their utilities, they have to maintain their quality classrooms, they have to provide and give kids the security and the safety so that parents can go to work. And it's a contract, it's an agreement that's made, and President Trump wants to breach that contract. Now, providers like Two Rivers are not working with huge margins, so it's not like they're sitting on a bunch of money socked away to cover, the malfeasance of the Trump administration, or, as I like to say, President Musk, who are withholding funding from them. So they do the best they can with what they have, but federal funding is what they rely upon, and it's absolutely necessary. Kelly, I very much appreciate your leadership here. You started as a volunteer here, I understand, 35 years ago, and now serve as the executive director of Two Rivers. And you've shared with us that you have to make hard decisions, and you had to make some hard decisions just yesterday due to the uncertainty that these federal actions have caused. And I'm sure that all of us are interested in hearing about what those challenges have been. People need to know why this has been so hard on a Head Start center like Two Rivers. Being in the early childhood arena is hard. For people who don't know, it's vital work, it's hard work, there are long hours, and remember, you're caring for very young children, you're also helping parents manage their lives by taking care of their children, and the work, the education that's required, the effort, honestly, is something that we should all hold up and honor. And I'm honestly angry that the president and his pet oligarch don't care. They don't seem to care one whit about these folks or about the children that they serve. So Two Rivers is just one of many charitable nonprofits that we've been listening to across the state of Illinois. They rely on federal funding to help working families and people in need, and shelters for unhoused youth, programs for victims of domestic violence, healthcare clinics, Meals on Wheels for seniors, and on and on. Working families and the most vulnerable people in our state are experiencing real pain. And if you think I'm upset, talk to those families. Talk to the people who are directly affected when Donald Trump and Elon Musk are taking away funding for things that they've relied on for decades. So despite what Donald Trump and Elon Musk think these aren't just numbers on a spreadsheet. These are people. They're real people. They're working parents. They're children whose lives Donald Trump is playing games with. And it's not just impacting, like I said, nonprofits. As I mentioned, the programs that really matter also include reports that we're getting from farmers and small businesses across the state. We're only a few weeks into this new Trump administration, and we're hearing all about price increases that are happening within businesses, price increases that are happening at the grocery store. I thought we were promised that prices were going to come down when this administration came into office. Services are being cut. Jobs are being lost as a result. 2 weeks ago, when President Trump cut funding for programs for seniors, for kids, for working families, again, it's been this very short period of time. They lied to us. We were not told that these programs were going to be cut. And even when they said we're going to bring them back online, they were still lying to us about that. And it became abundantly clear that this administration is either incompetent or it's cruel. And I hate to tell you, it turns out that they're both. In fact, I think cruelty is the point. And I don't say that with any glee. I'm just telling you, it appears they don't really care at all. And the people of Illinois are the ones who are paying the price for that. In these moments, especially when Illinois families need a hero, we all turn to none other than our really great Senator Tammy Duckworth. She's a personal hero of mine, and she's somebody who is in Washington fighting hard in this very difficult moment to restore services and funding for the programs that really matter. So with that, I'd like to hand it over to my hero, our state's hero, Senator Tammy Duckworth.
Thank you, Governor Pritzker, for those very generous remarks. And I remember the early days of the pandemic when you fought so hard to bring PPE and necessary equipment to the state of Illinois, even as Donald Trump was telling people to inject bleach into their veins and was trying to steal that same PPE that you have actually found to help the people of Illinois so that we could be protected. Thank you for your leadership in the state and continued leadership. Good afternoon, everyone. While I wish it was under better circumstances, it's good to be here with the governor, the hardworking staff of Head Start, and the families who rely on this incredibly critical program. Like many here today, I was absolutely shocked when Donald Trump declared a blanket freeze on all federal grants, ignoring the fact that Congress had already appropriated these funds, and it was actually federal law that he did not have the authority to freeze the funds. He ignored that he point blank that his action would and already has hurt countless folks who rely on these grants for their most basic needs. Now, President Trump may think that he stuck it to the Democrats by trying to take away your Medicaid, your 5-year-old's right to a school meal, or your local hospital's medical funding. But what he's really done is manufactured a crisis where everyone, including his own voters who depend on programs like Head Start, are hurting, worried about whether their local child care provider will be forced to close their doors. Because if you think Trump's illegal funding freeze is actually paused and the financial pain that many are feeling is paused along with it, well, you would be wrong. The financial setbacks triggered by Trump's illegal freeze are cruelly forcing providers to weigh impossible decisions, like how they'll pay to both keep their lights on and feed the children who depend on them, whether they'll need to temporarily shut down or close their doors permanently. Some agencies have already been forced to terminate devoted members of their staff or have even had to deny families' applications because they simply don't know if they can afford to care for one more child during these uncertain times. Bottom line, Donald Trump's freeze is causing irreversible damage that never should have happened in the first place. For most working parents, affordable childcare is not a luxury, it's a necessity so that they can actually go to work. The Federal Reserve tells us that childcare problems are the main barrier parents face when seeking a job, and it's also the main reason for missed work. Now, child development experts will tell you that high school graduation rates depend on fourth grade literacy rates, and the biggest predictor of fourth grade literacy rates is whether or not a child actually attended an early childhood education program like Head Start. So this program that begins here in these walls, in these loving walls, affects whether or not a child will graduate high school. later on in life. And don't we want all of our children to be able to graduate high school and go on to college and have great jobs? It begins right here in places like this. Head Start is that lifeline. It helps families unlock economic opportunities, enhancing their children's development while making our communities safer. It serves those living in poverty. It serves children in foster care, children experiencing homelessness, people with color, children with disabilities. And because of Donald Trump, low-income families are at risk of losing the critical early child care and educational services they need so that parents can send their child to school while they themselves go to work. But Trump doesn't care that this illegal funding freeze is hurting some of the most vulnerable people. Elon Musk has no idea what it's like to wake up in the morning terrified that his child would not have a hot meal that day. Neither of them care about making government work better for everybody, for everyday people. They don't care about the middle class. They just want to make government work better for them and their billionaire buddies. Well, I'll be here at every turn, along with our governor, working together to stop them and their outrageous abuses of power. And I'll continue to work with our governor to hold them accountable and repair the damage that they've done to families across our great state of Illinois. So thank you for joining us here today and for being our partners in this fight. And now I'm going to turn it over to Executive Director of Two Rivers, Kelly Nidell, who, as the governor mentioned, started off as a volunteer, became a teacher, and eventually a leader of this wonderful place where there is so much love and support for our children.
Thank
Kelly.
you so much. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming. First of all, I want to introduce the people that we have behind me that are also included in Head Start. We have Dr. Munson from Elgin Community College on our board, Myra Sandoval, our HR department, Lori Morrison-Fitchell from Illinois Head Start Association, and Allison Art. She is our vice chair on our board. Okay, first of all, I want to talk about the families that we specifically serve in our agency. 37% of our children are experiencing homelessness. 3% of them are foster children. 11% are living at 0 to 100% of the poverty line. 43% receive public assistance. We have a total of 241 funded enrollment slots at 3 centers located in Elgin, Aurora, and Sycamore. 53 staff members for Head Start, and then we also have a CSBG program that helps families in crisis with rent, those types of things. Head Start is different from a regular preschool. It's not just, we're here to teach the children. We also work with the families. It's bringing the families up. Out of our centers, every center has full day, full year for working parents that are hardworking. They're just still living under poverty. So we work with the whole family. Our funding, we've always, like in my 35 years, we've had bipartisan support with our funding. I have never, ever been worried. I planned on retiring from Head Start, but now it's just everything's up in the air. Every day's changes. One day the system is turned on, the next day it's not. Each time we're getting a different reason. We were able to draw down funds yesterday, which was very exciting. There was lots of excitement in our office. But people have the misconception when you're federally funded that when you get your grant money, you just get this whole pool of money, and that is not the case. We have to turn in our upcoming bills, show what we're going to use the money for, and then we put in a request for that amount of money, and then they send that to us. So we've been awarded the grant, but we cannot have the whole grant at one time. Being a nonprofit, we rely on that. Like it's nonprofit, we can't set a bunch of money aside like I wish we could, like I wish we had a secret stash, but we don't. So when it goes day to day, and literally I was waking up at 2 o'clock in the morning checking our bank account, did we have money? Are we going to have to let the staff go tomorrow? It's a constant. I was checking every 2 hours, and then our fiscal officer texted me at 6 in the morning and said the funds arrived. It's hard to work that way. Our teachers at Head Start, because we do expect much more than a normal daycare, work so hard, and the thought of them being stressed about this and us losing staff because of this situation, it's horrible. You know, I mean, you know, anyone that lives paycheck to paycheck. Now think about it, like you're expecting your check on Friday, you're going to pay these bills, but nope, you know, we changed our mind, we're not going to pay you this week. You know, that's hard, that's stressful, and we already have enough stress. But I just want to let you know that, you know, we impact our whole community, and if the children couldn't attend, the parents couldn't go to work, and everyone would suffer. So thank you very much, and to you, Governor.
Happy to take any questions the Senator and I or anybody that's up here.
I have one for Helene, possibly. What do you expect the most...
Kelly?
Kelly.
Kelly.
Oh, Kelly.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Kelly, based off of your discussions, what do you think the most immediate cuts could be at Two Rivers? Should we be worried about diminished resources or even like shutdowns?
We did let 2 staff go yesterday just to try and save some money. You know, being uncertain, we don't want to let any center staff go because the parents count on them. You know, our board's working on additional funds, you know, maybe donations. I'm actually looking into the Kellogg Corporation. They have a foundation, trying to figure other means to get help if this ever happens again. You know, I can't say, I didn't log on today to see if it was up. The HSES site was down.
If I can just add to this, because you, as we talked before we
Yes.
came on, you know, several classrooms out of a total, you know, how many classrooms do you have here?
Here we have just 3.
Just 3. So, but 2 of them I think are Head Start classrooms. Is
They're,
that correct?
they're all Head Start.
All
2 of the classrooms are for parents who work full-time
Yeah.
and year-round. And the other 2 classroom, or the other classroom is for parents that work part-time or don't meet the requirements for childcare.
And the challenge is that Head Start is really what predominantly funds Head Start
Yes.
classrooms, right? So it's not like they can't get by. And in other centers, you've got other classrooms, you've got maybe a child care classroom, you've got a couple of Head Start. If the Head Start funding goes away, I mean, could be 2/3, or in this case, all of the classrooms. And if you're not getting funded for Head Start, the other services will also potentially go away because you still have a building here, you've got rent, or you know, you've got your mortgage, or you've got to maintain some staff, you've got to keep the building in good shape. That is a fixed cost that you've got, and if you take away a good portion of the funding that comes from the federal government, even state funding or local or charitable funding that comes to it isn't enough to cover it all. No. So it is a huge problem, and I don't think Kelly wants to say it, but it is true that the threat here is at some point you can't keep the doors open. And if you delay the funding even by a couple of weeks, again, there's no stockpile or storehouse or secret funding, as Kelly said, that exists somewhere. We're like, well, we'll just grab the money out of that drawer over there. So it's deeply concerning because once the doors closed, and we saw this in Illinois under the prior governor when we had no budget for a couple of years, and that is when your funding goes away and you're a small organization and you don't have a balance sheet, if your funding goes away, you're going to close the doors. I mean, and once you close the doors, it's near impossible to reopen them again. So this is detrimental. It's existential what they're doing, and it's dangerous, frankly, for the people of Illinois, especially working families.
And really, you know, I've had people say, well, but the funding freeze was halted. There was a temporary restraining order put in by a judge, but here's the bottom line: we're already losing providers. I've already heard from multiple places like this location that already had to lay off 2 workers because of the uncertainty. I've talked with the YWCA where they've had some of their providers who are mom and pop shops say, I can't deal with uncertainty of this, so I'm just going to pull out of the Head Start program completely. So that is, 30 children here, 10 children there, and we're losing the capacity to take care of these kids. And those folks may never, as the governor said, may never come back into the program. So to say that the freeze is in effect, no harm, no foul. There's a lot of harm that is happening when Donald Trump issued this illegal order and when Elon Musk got into the financial systems of the United States, including your social security numbers, my social security numbers, and halted those payments and shut down those portals. It actually drove child care providers out of the business of taking care of children. And that affects everybody. It affects people who are low income. It affects the middle class, any one of us that have young children. It affects all of us, and we should be worried that this is happening nationwide.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks,
Thank you,
everyone.
everybody. Mr. President.
The senator from Illinois.
Mr. President, if you go back exactly 20 years ago today, I could tell you exactly where I was. I was a patient at Walter Reed Army Medical Center. I was staring at the beige-colored walls, and amidst the pain in every inch of my body, I was trying to muster the strength to sit up, or to take a step, or even just to breathe. I spent months and months and months in that hospital room, hooked up to machines, getting wheeled in and out of surgeries, learning how to live again in my new post-shoot-down world. But despite it all, looking back, I consider every one of those days in that hospital room lucky days. Because when the worst happened to me, when that RPG exploded in my lap in Iraq and I needed serious, sustained medical attention to survive the hour, the day, the year, I had health care I could rely on. The same cannot be said for countless Americans. Americans whose healthcare costs have already been too high and whose access to care is in even greater danger if this chamber is foolish enough to confirm Robert F. Kennedy Jr. as our next Secretary of HHS. Put simply, Mr. Kennedy cannot be trusted with the grave, grave responsibility that comes with this job. He cannot be trusted with our lives. He is focused on pushing his agenda regardless of the cost to middle-class Americans. And if this man is confirmed, more Americans will die preventable deaths because of his policies. Next month will mark the 5-year anniversary of when COVID shut down our nation. In this moment, it is dangerous, reckless, and heartless to everyone who lost a loved one in the pandemic to even consider nominating a guy who has stated that, quote, no vaccine is safe and effective. And if our Health and Human Services Secretary refuses to ensure children are protected against preventable yet deadly diseases like measles, RSV, whooping cough, or polio, it will be our kids, not Mr. Kennedy, who pay the price. I've gotten letter after letter from my constituents begging me to try to reason with my colleagues, to do whatever I can to prevent a man so ignorant of all things science and medicine from holding a position of such power over our children's next breath. One pediatrician in Illinois wrote to me, and I quote, I will always remember the 9-month-old infant with whooping cough who could not be saved despite every high-tech ventilator and medication we had available. Another said, I recall a father screaming and punching a hole in the wall when his 4-year-old son died of chicken pox. The stories, the letters, the avoidable tragedies go on and on. Imagine how much worse the heartbreak will become under a guy who acts like the term vaccine is a swear word. Look, the only reason that Kennedy is even up for confirmation is because he, like Elon Musk, decided to throw his dignity to the wind and bow down at Trump's altar. And because of that, he gets to be yet another rich guy with too few qualifications and too much power, somehow now charged with leading our government. Trump is running this country like the mob. Kiss his ring, pledge your unyielding loyalty, get made. It's just this time you get made into a cabinet secretary. Well, Kennedy has given Trump his fealty, so why would any of us ever think that he'd have the courage to stand up to Trump if the president issues an order that actively harms everyday Americans? How could any of us actually believe that Kennedy would fight back against Trump's worst instincts when Kennedy himself has proven time and again that he believes more in cacophony than science? Now, Americans are going to be the ones to suffer, because now, with Kennedy's confirmation, even programs as popular, effective, and vital as Medicaid will be in even greater danger. Republicans told us in Project 2025 that they would come for Medicaid. And this is the rare case when the GOP has actually kept its word, putting at risk roughly 80 million Americans who rely on Medicaid. Americans in red states and blue, in big cities and small towns, folks who may have never heard of RFK Jr., but who will certainly feel the effect when he rips away the health care their family so desperately needs. Medicaid is a lifeline for kids, for pregnant women, for people in nursing homes, for Americans with disabilities. But Republicans don't seem to care about any of that. It's obvious that Donald Trump has never stayed up late at night, hunched over the kitchen table, with a calculator in one hand and a medical bill in the other, praying to figure out a way to afford his child's insulin. No, of course not. With every passing day, it becomes clearer and clearer that Republicans care more about tax breaks for the billionaires they pal around with on the golf course than prescriptions for the middle-class folks who actually work at Mar-a-Lago. And while that teacher in Peoria lays awake at night trying to work out how she can afford her father's home care now that he can no longer get those services through Medicaid, while that new mom in Chicago who's just learned she has stage 3 cancer is trying to find a second job so she can afford both diapers for her newborn and her own chemotherapy, Donald Trump and Elon Musk will be too busy lining their already full pockets to care. To my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, I am sure many of you have faced health crises of your own. I'm sure many of you have had a parent who's been sick or a nephew who's been in a car crash, a spouse who's been in need of an emergency C-section, or a child who has relied on an autoimmune injector. Imagine if your loved ones hadn't cared they could rely on, imagine if your loved ones hadn't had care they could rely on in the moment. Then ask yourself how you can sleep soundly tonight if you vote to further the agenda of a couple rich guys who so clearly don't care about making America healthy. They only care about tipping it even more in favor of the wealthy. They're not bringing back the good old days of Reagan. They're just bringing back the days of dying from the measles. And they're certainly not making America great again. They're making America sick again. That's the Trump-Kennedy promise. I care about my constituents' ability to afford their prescription medications, their ability to get the vaccines that will keep them alive through the next pandemic, their ability to survive those worst-case scenario health moments without going broke in the process. So for all those reasons and 1,000 more, I will be voting no on Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s nomination. If my Republican colleagues care about any one of those things too, then they will have no choice but to do the same. Thank you. Mr. President, I have received a number of messages from my constituents describing what access to Medicaid means to them and their families. I would like to close by asking unanimous consent that they be printed in the congressional record.
Senator Sheehy. Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mrs. Chairman. I am looking at a Fox News article dated February 24th, 2022, and it features Fox News commentator Pete Hegseth, and the headline is, Russia invades Ukraine in largest European attack since World War II. Can you tell me if Russia invaded Ukraine? Mr. Feinberg? Mr. Hegseth said it.
Yeah, I understand.
It's easy, yes or no. Did they invade Ukraine?
I don't feel that I should publicly comment in the middle of a tense negotiation when I'm not privy to the facts to undermine what potentially.
You're not privy to the fact whether or not Russia invaded Ukraine and started a war that's lasted for 3 years?
I'm not privy to the details of what's going on in the negotiation between Russia and Ukraine, what the sensitivities are, what the president's trying to accomplish. So I'd be afraid to speak out of turn and undermine that. I do have confidence the president is very skillful at this, and he'll find the right way to help the United States. He's the first guy that brought Russia to the table to even begin a conversation, and I think
the president is kneeling down to Vladimir Putin. I cannot believe the commander-in-chief of the greatest military on the face of the earth in my lifetime is bowing down to Russia. Let me just change the topic.
I don't
First,
see it
I'd like
that
to
way.
echo my colleagues in reinforcing my gratitude for the outstanding service of General Brown, Admiral Franchetti, and the other dedicated leaders who have been unfairly relieved in Trump and Hegseth's politically motivated purge of senior DOD leadership. Let me emphasize, this is not normal. The president does not typically replace nonpartisan generals and flag officers with his preferred choices. In fact, a president seeking to install loyalists among those who are supposed to give him the best military advice is highly concerning and dangerous, both to the good order and discipline of the uniformed services and to the country as a whole. Mr. Feinberg, we had a productive conversation the last time we met, and I actually enjoyed it very much. And I appreciate your frankness during that conversation. And I would like to reiterate my expectations for you should you be confirmed as Deputy Secretary of Defense. Given the utter lack of qualifications of Secretary Hegseth, who himself admitted he was going to hire people smarter than himself to help run the department, you will be the brains behind his leadership and lack of experience. You will be solely responsible for managing the budget and day-to-day operations of the DoD, and so it is imperative that you demonstrate to this committee and to the American people your ability to provide the stability, expertise, and leadership necessary to ensure that Secretary Hegseth doesn't run the department aground with indiscriminate budget cuts and unprecedented, politically motivated, and deeply damaging purges of highly qualified senior DoD leadership. Mr. Feinberg, I have asked this of every nominee before this committee, including yourself in my offices. If President Trump or Secretary Hegseth asks you to do something illegal, will you refuse to obey an illegal order?
I won't obey a legal order, and I don't believe either the Secretary or the President will ask me to do that.
Thank you. Should you observe misconduct that is unbecoming or unlawful, will you report it?
Yes.
Thank you. Like I said earlier, you are it. You are second in command. The responsibility of an executive officer in the military is not only to execute their commander's vision, but to be a voice for his staff and manage the ins and outs of his command. Mr. Hegseth will not manage the minutia. You will. Mr. Feinberg, I would like to know, what are you going to do if the Secretary of Defense orders the pausing of a program critical to the readiness of the services?
I'm sorry, Senator, orders what?
A pausing of a program that is critical to the readiness of our military services.
Obviously, I work for the Secretary of Defense. If he does something that I think is a real problem, I will tell him. I will give him my view. Ultimately, I will follow the chain of command and execute what he wants, as long as it's lawful. I do think that he will make good decisions. By the way, Senator, I also hope that we can hire, if confirmed, a ton of people, a heck of a lot smarter than yours truly. It's great to bring in talent.
It doesn't take a lot to be smarter than our Secretary of Defense and be more qualified, so that's a low bar indeed. Many of our recent nominees have been talking about hypotheticals, but I'm glad that you're talking about some of the decisions that are being made. Mr. Hegseth has already shown a willingness to make some bad decisions. I mean, he ordered DoD to hastily propose an 8% across the board budget cuts to the budget, while exempting non-mission essential expenses like the DoD's activities on the southwest border. Mr. Feinberg, the DoD isn't a place where we can afford to make mistakes. Are you going to allow an inexperienced team of software company interns to look at our most critical defense programs and make decisions that may impact our national security? Who's going to be at the wheel?
I'm sorry,
Are you going to let DOGE in there and start making cuts?
So at DOD, and the Secretary said this, we are responsible for our own people. We are responsible for our actions and policies. DOD is in charge of itself. So no, DOGE is not in charge of DOD. We're looking forward to working with Elon Musk. He has great expertise and talent, his great understanding of so many different things in DOD. He'll provide counsel and advice. We're looking forward to hearing that. But in the end, DOD is accountable to itself, must make its own decisions for its people and its policies, unless, of course, the president says, I want you guys to do this or that, and then, of course, we're going to do it.
Unless it's illegal.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Senator Duckworth. Senator Banks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Feinberg, thank you for your incredible...
That the Department of Justice has determined that the statutory tenure protections for members of the FTC are unconstitutional. Chairman Ferguson also publicly stated his agreement with this position. I know Senator Lujan asked about FTC independence. Mr. Medder, do you believe that the president should be able to fire FTC commissioners at will?
Senator, I believe that Americans are concerned about high prices and the cost of living, and that the president is committed to improving their condition. I believe that's why I was nominated to this position, and what I can commit to is that, if confirmed, that's what I will work to do every day, is to serve the American people by helping improve the cost of living and competitive markets and protecting them from unfair and deceptive practices.
That is good sucking up to the president, but you didn't answer my question.
Senator,
Do you believe that the President of the United States should be able to fire FTC commissioners at will? It's a simple question, yes or no?
It is a simple question that is subject to litigation in which the FTC is currently involved. I can't speak to that. What I can commit to and comment on is what I would do if confirmed, which again, Senator, would be to faithfully serve the American people.
If the President gave you an illegal order, would you carry it out?
Senator, what I would do if confirmed is show up every day to enforce the law.
If the President gave you an illegal order, would you carry it out? It's very simple or
I would
unconstitutional.
Senator, I would enforce the law without fear or favor.
So will you carry out an illegal order if President Trump gave you an illegal order to carry out?
I would enforce the law without fear or favor to any party.
So you're not answering me. Okay. Mr. Meador, do you believe that FTC has any independence from the President?
Senator, I think this falls under the same category we discussed a moment ago.
Okay, you're not being willing to answer. Mr. Meador, do you believe the President can zero out the FTC's budget without any action from Congress?
Senator, I believe that Congress has the power of the purse and works closely with the Congress, with the President, to determine funding for the executive.
Is the President allowed to zero out funding for the FTC?
Senator,
Yes or no?
I've not looked into that quite. I'm not aware of what the legal precedents are there.
Okay, I will submit the question for the record. Please respond to me within 30 days.
Yes, Senator.
Thank you. Over the past few years, I have worked closely with FTC on addressing shortages of infant formula, which have affected families across the country. Last year, the FTC issued its report on infant formula supply chain disruptions, which came after a multi-year investigation. Mr. Meador, would you commit to supporting investigations by the FTC that highlight markets where there has been a lack of competition, such as in the infant formula market?
Yes, Senator, I think it's important we focus our enforcement efforts where there are the most competitive harms. I would be very eager to work with staff to achieve that.
Thank you. Do you believe that the FTC has a role to play in investigating practices that may be increasing the cost of living for Americans?
Absolutely, where we have a reason to believe that those practices violate Section 5 of the FTC Act or another statute that we enforce, we should proceed with an investigation.
Okay. As you may know, Illinois has one of the strongest biometric privacy laws in the country, the Illinois Biometric Information Privacy Act. Many Americans are concerned about the use of their biometric data, like face and eye scans, fingerprints, or voice patterns, for unauthorized purposes. For example, in 2023, the FTC and DOJ charged Amazon with violating children's privacy laws by keeping children's voice data from Alexa recordings in order to make their AI smarter. In 2023, the FTC issued a commission policy statement about the use of biometric information. Mr. Meador, do you agree with the principles of that FTC statement, the commission policy statement about the use of biometric information?
Senator, I have not had an occasion to review that policy statement, but if confirmed, I would look forward to getting up to speed on those matters.
Will you report back to me?
Yes, Senator.
Thank you. How would you, Mr. Meador, work with states like Illinois to protect biometric information?
So I think cooperation between the FTC and states is one of the most important things we can do. We do it a lot on the antitrust side. I think it could be benefit on the consumer protection side as well.
Just on background, for your information, the FTC's 2023 Commission Policy Statement about the use of biometric information raised significant concerns around the misuse of biometric data, such as discrimination against protected classes, AI applications like deepfakes, and unauthorized disclosure leaks of biometric data. So I hope you will keep that in mind. I'm going to yield back 24 seconds, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Meador.
Thank you very much. Thank you to both our nominees, Mr. Kratsios and Mr. Meador. My final question is required of all nominees. If confirmed, do you pledge to work collaboratively with this committee to provide thorough and timely responses to this committee's requests and to appear before this committee when requested?
I do.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I have 17 various letters of support from...
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Duckworth.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I echo the ranking member's call to bring Secretary Rubio before this committee. Every one of us should have the chance to go over the list of USAID programs with Secretary Rubio. I am extremely concerned about the upheaval and devastation being wrought by this administration's disastrous and systemic dismantling our foreign policy and foreign assistance apparatus. And I'm further concerned by the long-term impacts, not least of all to the lives and livelihoods of those around the world, but also the trust and commitments that this administration has broken that cannot be repaired so easily, even if the folks in charge did an about-face today. Last year, then DepSec of State Kurt Campbell met with this committee and emphasized the strategy of invest, align, compete in response to the PRC's growing geopolitical influence in the Indo-Pacific. Secretary Rubio highlighted his own vision of making us safer, stronger, and more prosperous, but he's currently failing at that mark as he cedes ground to the PRC. The PRC is undercutting our soft power, and is now pursuing an agenda that is opaque, illegal if you ask me, and fails to uphold our commitment contracts throughout the process. The Trump administration is undercutting our soft power. Look at our farmers in the Midwest. I am especially concerned with the cuts to USAID. Over the last 4 fiscal years, USDA purchased food commodities to distribute via USAID from farmers in Illinois, Indiana, Iowa, Nebraska, Wisconsin, Missouri, Florida. In Iowa, USAID accounted for $64 million in funds that were bought from Iowa farmers. In Indiana, $4 million. Nebraska, we bought $102 million worth of agricultural goods for USAID. In Missouri, it was $79 million. Florida, $99 million. Wisconsin, $230 million. These programs now are on hold, and our farmers are going to suffer as a result of ending the USAID programs. Ms. Rodriguez, you worked at the firm that advises clients how to navigate federal contracting, and I'm hearing from organizations in Illinois and around the country that are still owed tens of millions of dollars in reimbursement for work done in December and January. They have not been paid. They don't know when they will receive the money they are owed, and we're getting to the point where they may be owed interest on their outstanding money as well. Some of these American-founded and run organizations are exploring bankruptcy as something they may have to consider. They've already laid off hundreds of staff, by the way, and that doesn't sound like prosperity to me. Some of them report that they have been told by USAID that reimbursements for work done in December and January will only be provided for expenses that this administration deems legitimate or that they would have approved, even though these were contracts from the last administration for work done during the last administration. Ms. Rodriguez, who was the president back in December through January of 20? January 20th?
Who was the president in December of
2024 through January 20 of 2025?
President Joe Biden.
Putting your contracting advisor hat back on, would you have advised anyone in December to anticipate that the government might not reimburse for work appropriately directed under that administration?
I think the federal contracting law is pretty clear. So if a contractor has provided goods or services, they're going to be paid. I don't see how that wouldn't happen.
Okay, but they haven't been paid yet for December or January. That's a problem for these companies that are now facing bankruptcy.
Yeah.
And it's going to cost taxpayers more money if we have to pay those contracts with interest.
Yeah.
If confirmed, you will be overseeing the Office of Foreign Assistance, where many of these illegal and unprecedented directives have originated. Can you commit to me that if you're confirmed, Mr. Rodriguez, you will swiftly move to correct this issue and at a bare minimum reimburse organizations for the work that they did before the stop work order?
Of course, Senator, if confirmed, absolutely. I would go in, make sure, see what kind of a disconnect has occurred or if there's been a miscommunication. But certainly to me, it would seem anyone that has a contract to provide goods and services to the United States government and has rendered those goods and services to the United States government should be paid for them and will be paid.
Good. That's good to hear. Thank you. I'm not even talking about what has happened under this funding freeze, which I also find egregious. I'm just talking about work that was done prior to that freeze. And so thank you for that commitment. Moving on to our strength, one area where I thought we might have continuity of purpose, and in our discussion we talked about UXO clearance. With this administration's stop work order and foreign assistance freeze, UXO clearance work funded by the U.S. and implemented by partners on the ground was stopped. In some countries like Vietnam, those war legacies issues are the bedrock of our relationship that we have cultivated over decades. In others, they are one of the few connective tissues we have. And you know what happened when we did the stop work? Immediately, PRC came in and gave a $4.4 million contract to take over the UXO work that we were funding, that we established on the ground. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to submit for the record Radio Free Asia article talking about the PRC stepping in.
It will be included, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't think it looks good. Do you think that looks good, to have the PRC stepping in on this work?
I'm not familiar with that particular case, but I think we've talked at this hearing about our need to compete and confront where China is gaining around the world at the expense of U.S. interests. So to the extent, it would certainly be a priority of mine. I know it's a priority of the president's to push back on the gains that China has made, certainly in the Western Hemisphere and everywhere else where U.S. interests are at stake.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Cruz. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Landau.
Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Colby, welcome. While I do not agree with many of your policy positions, I do recognize that you are one of the most experienced and knowledgeable nominees from this administration to come before this committee. And I appreciated our conversation in my office very much. It is clear to me that, unlike most Trump national security nominees, you actually have been putting in the work to become an expert in your field. That said, expertise alone is not enough. Integrity, adherence to the rule of law, and unwavering commitment to uphold our democratic institutions are just as essential. So as I do with every Trump administration candidate to come before this committee, I must ask, Mr. Colby, if President Trump or Secretary Hegseth asked you to do something illegal, unethical, or in direct violation of your oath to defend the Constitution, would you refuse to obey?
Well, thank you very much, Senator, for the kind words. I would say I contest the premise of the question. I don't think the President or the Secretary would ask such a question, but I am committed. I would absolutely not follow an unconstitutional or unlawful order.
Thank you. Mr. Colby, that was so easy. Why can't the others do that? Thank you for saying that. Mr. Colby, the global threat environment is more volatile than it has been in decades. Russia's aggression, China's growing assertiveness, and challenges in the Indo-Pacific demand clear-eyed leadership and a commitment to our alliances. Yet rather than reaffirming America's leadership, this administration has actively undermined our allies, cast doubt on our commitments to NATO, and most disturbingly, cozied up to the authoritarian adversaries like Russia. The credibility of the United States as a reliable partner has been called into question by our very own actions. Our president has refused to acknowledge the reality that Russia's unprovoked war of aggression in Ukraine has shattered global security norms, and our recent gesture of support towards Russia are emboldening our adversaries. Mr. Colby, can you tell me if Russia invaded Ukraine?
Senator, as I said earlier, I don't want to disrupt anything going on with commentary on a fraught matter at a very delicate time. I'm really committed to making sure whatever I can do or not do anything that would hinder the ability to get a peace process on track.
Why does acknowledging whether or not Russia invaded Ukraine, which is a known fact, affect the peace process?
I think the president and the vice president made clear that words matter, that in these times of delicate diplomatic negotiations along the lines, I think, of what Senator Kramer was saying, it's not my place. I'm here as a nominee. I'm not part of the conversation. I wouldn't want to do anything to weigh in on this, especially at this very sensitive time where, Senator, I hope things do get back on track where we can have moves towards peace. And I don't think it's my place. I'm not authorized to speak on this matter as a representative of the government. I'm a nominee here.
It's astounding to me that you can't answer the question of whether or not Russia invaded Ukraine when it's a known fact. That would be as if saying you don't know whether or not Hitler invaded Poland. It is astounding to me that you cannot answer that question. After last Friday's shameful display in the Oval Office, it's clear that Trump is in the middle of a capitulation, not a negotiation. The wholesale refusal of this administration's officials and nominees to acknowledge the established fact of Russia's illegal and immoral full-scale invasion of Ukraine out of fealty to Trump and ultimately Vladimir Putin is one of the most shocking and disturbing things I've seen in my life. Mr. Colby, let's move on. Mr. Colby, you've been a vocal advocate of prioritizing the PRC as our greatest geopolitical challenge, and we had a very good conversation about this, and I look forward to working with you on opposing our near-peer adversary. Often arguing that our strategic focus should shift away from other regions, and you've said, sometimes we need to shift from Europe and the Middle East and really focus on the Indo-Pacific. Under this administration, we have seen a surge in deployment of active-duty U.S. military personnel to the southern border and Guantanamo Bay, not to counter an active military threat, but instead to perform law enforcement and accomplish logistical tasks that are typically handled by civilian agencies. Mr. Colby, given your stated concerns about the need to strengthen deterrence against the Communist Republic of China. Do you believe diverting military assets to perform domestic political theater at the border is an effective use of our limited defense resources? Or is it a distraction from the real threats that we face?
Well, Senator, I wouldn't regard it as domestic political theater to secure our border and to make sure that we have territorial integrity. But if confirmed, I would certainly make it a real priority to make sure that those rightful efforts to ensure our territorial integrity and secure our border don't detract from our prioritizing the China threat, which is the biggest kind of external, state threat that we face as a country.
It's good to hear that. Thank you, Mr. Colby.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. President, what Trump and Musk have done to our veterans in just 8 weeks since Trump has been back in office amounts to a total betrayal. He's already fired more veterans than any other president in modern history, 6,000 and counting, for no apparent reason, forcing the bravest people you or I could ever meet to have to worry about how they're going to put food on their family's table next week or keep a roof over their heads next month. These are folks who did 1, 2, 6, 7 tours, then came home and chose to continue serving their nation by joining federal service. These are heroes who deserve our utmost gratitude. Instead, Trump and Musk are giving them the middle finger. Cadet Bonesburgs may like to wrap himself in the flag with one hand, but with the other, he's signing off on the orders that sell out our veterans to line billionaires' pockets, and our warriors deserve better. That is one reason why I'm urging my colleagues to vote yes on my Protect Veterans Jobs Act, a simple amendment that would reinstate every veteran who's been fired because of Trump and Musk betrayal. If Republicans actually care about our veterans like they claim to on Fox News,
the senator's time has
then they will
expired.
vote yes on this bill and help give our veterans their jobs back. Otherwise, they're making it clear that they would rather bow down at the altar of
senator's
Donald
time has
Trump
expired.
than stand up for our heroes.
Senator from Montana.
Mr. President, where was the Democrat outrage when 8,000 active duty reserve troops were unceremoniously and with no due process fired out of the military without benefits? Where was the outrage when thousands of first responders, police officers, firefighters, nurses, and doctors lost their employment because they had COVID vaccine hesitancy? There was no outrage. There was no call to betrayal under President Biden when all that happened. The truth is this bill is pro-veteran. It adds $6 billion to our veteran spending. It has the largest pay increase for our war fighters in a generation. This is a pro-veteran bill. Let's stop using veterans as political pawns and keep the government funded. I yield.
Order.
Ma'am, you talked about the stakes of this and many of the other things that you're seeing from the Trump administration. We've seen a trend of a lot of Democrats using profanity in official communications. Senator Duckworth, yes, sorry.
The Ds.
Senator Duckworth sent out a press release yesterday calling Pete Hegseth an effing liar. Do you think that reflects, what you guys are seeing from the administration, the urgency, and do you think that that's an effective way to communicate that in some cases?
I'm not going to comment on people's language. I'm not here to be a censor of people's language. I am here to tell people in this country that I'm angry, and I'm watching an administration come in and change the course in life and health and well-being of people in my communities, and I'm fighting back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here today. My office has been hearing about how vital initiatives aimed at advancing American interests in the Indo-Pacific have been stalled over the last several weeks, and this is following up on my colleagues' interest in the Indo-Pacific as well. This includes not only critical programs, but also essential funding that supports intelligence efforts on pressing regional issues. I'm deeply concerned that the current administration is pursuing a path that directly contradicts strengthening Indo-Pacific alliances, a move that could have far-reaching implications for our security. Like my colleagues have mentioned, I am deeply concerned about the PRC's activities in the region. Before this administration, the United States led with a clear strategy: invest, align, compete, in response to this PRC's growing geopolitical influence in the Indo-Pacific. And we demonstrated that strength by consistently following through on our commitments, proving to our allies that the U.S. is a reliable partner, a leader in defending democracy, and a defender of international norms. This strategy was central to our global leadership in maintaining peace and stability in the region. And unfortunately, we are walking backwards as the Trump Asia policy of today seems to be neglecting our well-established alliances, institutions, the rule of law, and rules. And I am a co-founder of the Bipartisan Quad Caucus, and I made it a priority to send a clear and powerful message to our allies, partners, and even competitors that the United States is committed to the Indo-Pacific region in the long term. And I wholeheartedly believe that defense diplomacy and cooperation are crucial. Mr. Shriver, as someone who has held a key in shaping U.S. defense policy in the Indo-Pacific, what specific steps should the United States take to demonstrate its long-term commitment to the Indo-Pacific and its allies within the context of the Quad?
Thank you, Senator Duckworth, and thank you for your leadership on the Quad. It's very important. So I'm the only one up here who's not a professor, but if I were to give this administration a grade, it wouldn't be failing, it would be incomplete, because I think they've done some very positive things. The Prime Minister Ishiba visit, Prime Minister Modi's meeting with President Trump, and I would point to Secretary Rubio's decision on the very first day in office to hold a Quad meeting as part of that positive agenda, notwithstanding some of the other issues that you mentioned, and I share some of your concerns, I'm sure. I think that what we understand took place in that Quad meeting at the foreign minister level is there was a very kind of nascent discussion about moving into the security issues. And that's significant that Foreign Minister Jaishankar would go along with that and actually introduce some of that, as I understand it, which indicates India is sufficiently concerned that they're willing to take this format and move it into military and security issues. So I would like to see that nurtured and matured and even perhaps go operational. We've got a lot of PLA activity in the Indian Ocean now. Anti-submarine warfare cooperation could happen quietly, but it could involve the four countries doing real-world things that would be very significant.
Don't you think that that is also a place where we can strengthen our relationship with Quad, but also not alienate important regional partners like ASEAN? And I do think that there is a need to strengthen economic relations with the Quad, but in a way that complements our relationship with ASEAN and their leadership role. Both, so I'm asking both economic cooperation, but also cooperation, especially when it comes to strategies where the Chinese are really infiltrating into the region. So go ahead.
Thank you. I do agree with that. I think you're the expert on ASEAN, but it's a region of very mixed stages of development, different types of government, and so I think disaggregating and looking at where the Quad can be helpful as a donor, as an economic partner, I think that kind of sophisticated approach would really help counter what China is doing, and China is gaining ground in Southeast Asia. There's no doubt about it, and we're seeing a lot of it. Particularly since the tariffs, we're seeing a lot of Chinese investment going into Southeast Asia, some of which is helpful to them, but some of which is also overcapacity, crowding out some of their indigenous manufacturing and aspects of their economy. So I would like to see the Quad do more in this area.
Yeah, because I think Quad investment into ASEAN, maybe as part of the supply chain manufacturing issues for the United States, is an opportunity. And frankly, we've come off a very strong year in ASEAN of Indonesian leadership. The Malaysians are doing a great job there now. Philippines are next. I think there's some real opportunities there for some partnerships, and I would like to see the United States continue to pursue those economic relationships in addition to the strategic partnerships, but making those linkages between Quad and ASEAN. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Duckworth.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for making it here today on such short notice. I'm going to let my colleagues speak first, but I just wanted to kick things off by making clear that we Democrats will not let the Trump administration pull the wool over our eyes and declare a case closed on such a massive national security breach without giving us any real answers or taking any real accountability. Pete Hegseth's incompetence could have killed American service members. The fact that this administration doesn't seem to take that seriously or care in the slightest is an insult to all who've served, and I certainly take it as such. I'll go into more of that in a few minutes. For now, I want to pass things off to my friend, Senator Blumenthal.
Thank you to Senator Duckworth for bringing us together and for her vigilance and vigor on this extraordinarily important national security issue, and to Mark Kelly and Senator Hirono as well. The ramifications of this profound national security breakdown are mushrooming, not diminishing. This scandal, far from going away, is actually reverberating among our allies through the national security apparatus and through our military. Today, in the confirmation proceedings, the hearing concerning General Kane, I raised this issue very specifically because our military men and women are understandably outraged by this breach, putting in danger those pilots who were about to launch on missions in harm's way, going into the very sophisticated and advanced air defense that the Houthis have because they've been so aided by Iran. This national security breach needs and deserves investigation. I've called for an FBI investigation. Criminal laws were broken here, in my view. The FBI National Security Division should be investigating it as a criminal violation of the Espionage Act. There are also record requirements that seemingly have been violated, and there needs to be a full, penetrating, prompt investigation. I am supportive of Senator Reid and Senator Wicker calling for the Inspector General of the Department of Defense to investigate. But there is no Inspector General right now. The Inspector General was fired by Donald Trump. Even in the best of times, Inspector General reports sometimes take many months, even years to complete. This investigation must be done by the FBI fully, promptly, carefully, comprehensively, because the carelessness that's exemplified here has ramifications all its own. And I will just say, I'm hearing reports that our allies are absolutely aghast and appalled and now increasingly reluctant to deal with our national security teams. And the Israelis in particular are absolutely outraged and reassessing what their posture is going to be vis-a-vis our intelligence community. The ramifications are sweeping and continuing, and the idea that it's case closed, no way. This kind of careless, reckless, lawless treatment of clear national security interests cannot be accepted. There must be FBI as well as Department of Defense investigations. So again, my thanks to Senator Duckworth, and I'll turn it over to Senator Kelly.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Some of the most sensitive information that any military service has to do with the timing and the platforms and the weapon systems that are going to be used today, tomorrow, the next day. Senator Duckworth and I both flew combat missions over Iraq. For me, it was in the first Gulf War in 1991. For Senator Duckworth, it was the second war in Iraq, 2003 and beyond that. If, while I was planning a strike off the USS Midway in the early days of Desert Storm, if somebody would have told me that the Secretary of Defense at the time, Dick Cheney, was about to release the details of our combat mission over an unsecured platform, obviously at the time signal did not exist, I would have just been shocked. And all of us would have realized very quickly that this has put us at much more additional risk. Countries like Yemen have early warning systems to see when airplanes and missile systems are coming at them offensively. In this case, if this information would have been shared beyond that reporter and would have made its way to unfriendly countries and ultimately shared with Yemen and the Houthis, they don't need that early warning system anymore. They basically know which direction the airplanes are coming from because they know where the aircraft carrier is, they know the timing. You can see on this chart here. And it's not around, right? You notice at the bottom, I think it says 1536 or something like that. 1536, F-18 second strike starts. That's not around 3:30. It's incredibly specific. That information came from a classified document or classified information that was shared with the Secretary of Defense over the phone. And to put this in a signal chain to other members of the senior national security team at the White House is beyond irresponsible. It is reckless. And I can't even figure out why he did it. It's not important information to those folks on the signal chain. I think he was sort of showing off that he had this information. He's obviously new in this job. And it was my view before he was confirmed that he was unprepared to take on this role. The least qualified Secretary of Defense in perhaps our country's history. One thing we learned in the military is when you make a mistake, you got to own up to it. And I think most folks in that position would have owned up to it at this point. And all we've heard from Secretary of Defense Hegseth is excuses. So I stand here with my colleagues calling on the let's get this investigation underway. Chairman Wicker and Ranking Member Reed have both called for an IG investigation. And we need to get to the bottom of this. And it's incredibly concerning to me that this is probably not a one-off event. That this unsecured signal platform was likely used on multiple other occasions to share classified information. And that not only puts our service members at risk, it puts all of us at risk. Thank you. And Senator Hirono. Thank you.
Thank you. So there's no question this was a security breach of the first order. Much as this administration would like this whole thing to go away, sweeping everything under the rug, it would be completely irresponsible for any of us to support that kind of total dereliction of duty. All four of us who spoke, and I'm speaking now, we all sit on the Senate Armed Services Committee. And of course, Senators Duckworth and Kelly have flown combat missions, so they know the danger posed by this kind of information on an unsecure platform. So you've heard us saying how appalled we were, but what we haven't heard is for this administration to say this should never have happened. The first instinct by our Secretary of Defense apparently was to blame the reporter who was inadvertently let in on this chat. That is the responsibility as the Secretary of Defense saw it. I have no words for the kind of attitude that he has taken. And to date, I don't think that this administration or the Secretary of Defense or anybody involved has said this should never have happened, it will never happen again, because what is there to think about? One should never have these kinds of discussions on an unsecured channel and an unsecured platform. So as mentioned, today we had a confirmation hearing of President Trump's pick to be the chair of the Joint Chiefs. And this is a person who understands the importance of the kind of conversations that should take place on a secret channel. And he obviously said that he has never had this kind of conversation on an unsecure channel, and how important it is to protect what he called the element of surprise. Because these are very, I think the word risky applies. These are risky missions. The element of surprise is important. How surprising is it, I asked him, if these kinds of discussions are occurring on an unsecure channel, on an unsecure platform? So the people who are put at risk, they've written, I believe, to op-eds, how they felt that they were put into harm's way by this kind of discussion taking place. in this way. And so far, we have not heard this administration own up to it and to say it will never happen again. Our service members deserve better, and of course our country, our national security issues are at stake. And this kind of carelessness, a lack of taking any responsibility, is what is par for the course with this administration, not only in this instance, but and just about everything else that the administration is doing, because this is an administration that governs by fear, chaos, and total unaccountability. So we are calling on accountability here, although I must say that considering that we are asking for an investigation, et cetera, by other Trump nominees who are just totally loyal to him and not to the Constitution, what one wonders what kind of independent investigation can really occur. But, as I said, there is nothing to think about. This should never have happened. It should never happen again. And we need an administration that says it will never happen again. There's nothing to think about. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hirono, and my colleagues, Senator Kelly and Senator Blumenthal. As you know, last week I used some pretty colorful language to call Pete Hegseth a liar. On second thought, I'd like to change it a little. I'd like to call him a disgrace as well, because every classified detail he leaked over that Signal chat, he put our troops in greater and greater danger of being shot down. So as a former Army helicopter pilot who was nearly killed when the enemy got too good a shot at my own aircraft, I paid in blood for my right to ask these three simple questions. First, how dare Pete Hegseth risk these pilots' lives for no apparent reason? How dare a man who is supposed to lift up our heroes let them down so badly? And how dare the Trump administration try to get away with sweeping this security breach under the rug, declaring case closed with no repercussions for anyone involved, with Trump going so far as to call this crisis a, quote, glitch. Well, I've got news for you, President Trump. Putting our troops and their families in unnecessary danger wasn't just a glitch. It was an inexcusable, grave mistake, as was choosing Pete Hegseth to be their Secretary of Defense. Listen, Cadet Bone Spurs couldn't tell you the meaning of the word sacrifice if he had a dictionary open to it right in front of him. But unlike our president, our heroes are willing to risk the unimaginable for our nation. In return, they deserve leaders who actually respect their sacrifice, leaders who actually give a damn about keeping them out of the kind of needless, reckless danger that Hegseth put them in last month. The Trump administration might be trying to cover this up and get everyone to hurry on to the next news cycle, but I refuse to let them do so, because we still have absolutely zero indication that they just won't do this all over again. We still don't know how many other group chats there were, or currently are, where Trump officials are leaking other state secrets to God knows who, and we still don't know what the hell the administration is doing to address any of this. To me, it's clear. If Republicans actually care about our troops like they claim to on the campaign trail, then they must do the bare minimum here. They must join me in demanding immediate congressional hearings as well as an independent investigation looking into every official who was on that chat. My Republican colleagues must remember that they serve the people of this country, not Donald Trump's ego. They must understand that our troops sacrifice for our nation, not a wannabe king. And if Pete Hegseth doesn't have the dignity or courage to do the right thing and resign from his post, then Donald Trump must fire him immediately. Because every moment that Hegseth remains Secretary of Defense, his incompetence emboldens our adversaries. It weakens our national security, and it makes Americans less safe. And every second that Trump dodges holding him accountable, the president is giving the middle finger to all those who wear the uniform, just like he has so many times before. Our troops deserve better than the Trump administration's fake patriotism and false promises. They deserve real, actual answers. They deserve actual leadership. Thank you. With that, I have time for a few questions. Go ahead.
So, in the immediate aftermath of this coming to light, there was a Washington Post article about government officials using Signal. We know it's on the phones. It was approved not for classified use like what we're talking about here, but it was approved and it is on government phones. Will this investigation encompass sort of government-wide use of Signal and take a look at clarifying those use cases?
I think that could be a subsequent look, but the first thing we have to look at is the DOD's use of the signal and what happened on this particular evening and what happened before and are there continuing to be signal chat groups that are being used with our top national security experts who are basically putting the nation's secrets out there for anybody to hack. Yes.
Welcomed an Inspector General investigation. Have they given any indication that they are open to congressional hearings if there are findings in that particular investigation?
I think they're running scared from President Trump and they're keeping their heads under. In the Army, we call that the defilade position. They need to step out and do what's right for the American people and stop protecting Trump's ego. And they need to also call for a congressional investigation into this. Yeah.
Blumenthal mentioned the time that an IG investigation could take. Senator Wicker very clearly asked for an expedited investigation. Do you think that the acting IG will actually be able to conduct that investigation, and do you feel at all supported by the call for such an investigation?
I support the call for the investigation, but I also think simultaneously there should be a congressional investigation. That can certainly happen much quicker. I mean, at the very least, let's get all of those electronic devices. You know, if this has happened and it was anybody else in the DOD at a lower level, the first thing that would have happened was that somebody would have come in and grabbed everybody's electronic devices so that they could do a forensic analysis of all of those devices. As far as I know, that has not yet happened. There's a Records Act where they're supposed to turn over all of the text, the chats that was in that that was active that night. And in fact, I think there's a judge has ordered it for them to preserve it. I don't think that has been turned over either. So I think there are immediate things that can happen, and then there can be the IG investigation with the acting IG that can certainly move forward.
Senator Wicker also, along with Senator Reid, mentioned having a senior official from the White House come in and do a closed brief to the committee to sort of discuss what had happened and the information in there. Do you feel like that's going to actually yield any information and provide any answers, or do you feel like that's more just a move to placate?
Well, I'm looking forward to hearing what that individual has to say when it happens. But again, I won't know till they come in front of us. I suspect it's a move to placate. Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Of signal and take a look at clarifying those use cases?
I think that could be a subsequent look, but the first thing we have to look at is the DOD's use of the signal and what happened on this particular evening and what happened before and are there continuing to be signal chat groups that are being used with our top national security experts who are basically putting the nation's secrets out there for anybody to hack. Yes.
Welcomed an Inspector General investigation. Have they given any indication that they are open to congressional hearings if there are findings in that particular investigation?
I think they're running scared from President Trump and they're keeping their heads under. In the Army, we call that the defilade position. They need to step out and do what's right for the American people and stop protecting Trump's ego. And they need to also call for a congressional investigation into this. Yeah. And my colleagues, Senator Kelly and Senator Blumenthal, as you know, last week I used some pretty colorful language to call Pete Hegseth a liar. On second thought, I'd like to change it a little. I'd like to call him a disgrace as well, because every classified detail he leaked over that signal chat, he put our troops in greater and greater danger of being shot down. So as a former Army helicopter pilot who was nearly killed when the enemy got too good a shot at my own aircraft, I paid in blood for my right to ask these three simple questions. First, how dare Pete Hegseth risk these pilots' lives for no apparent reason? How dare a man who is supposed to lift up our heroes let them down so badly? And how dare the Trump administration try to get away with sweeping this security breach under the rug, declaring case closed with no repercussions for anyone involved, with Trump going so far as to call this crisis a, quote, glitch. Well, I've got news for you, President Trump. Putting our troops and their families in unnecessary danger wasn't just a glitch. It was an inexcusable, grave mistake, as was choosing Pete Hegseth to be their Secretary of Defense. Listen, Cadet Bonespurs couldn't tell you the meaning of the word sacrifice if he had a dictionary open to it right in front of him. But unlike our president, our heroes are willing to risk the unimaginable for our nation. In return, they deserve leaders who actually respect their sacrifice, leaders who actually give a damn about keeping them out of the kind of needless, reckless danger that Hegseth put them in last month. The Trump administration might be trying to cover this up and get everyone to hurry on to the next news cycle, but I refuse to let them do so, because we still have absolutely zero indication that they just won't do this all over again. We still don't know how many other group chats there were, or currently are, where Trump officials are leaking other state secrets to God knows who, and we still don't know what the hell the administration is doing to address any of this. To me, it's clear. If Republicans actually care about our troops like they claim to on the campaign trail, then they must do the bare minimum here. They must join me in demanding immediate congressional hearings as well as an independent investigation looking into every official who was on that chat. My Republican colleagues must remember that they serve the people of this country, not Donald Trump's ego. They must understand that our troops sacrifice for our nation, not a wannabe king. And if Pete Hegseth doesn't have the dignity or courage to do the right thing and resign from his post, then Donald Trump must fire him immediately. Because every moment that Hegseth remains Secretary of Defense, his incompetence emboldens our adversaries. It weakens our national security, and it makes Americans less safe. And every second that Trump dodges holding him accountable, the president is giving the middle finger to all those who wear the uniform, just like he has so many times before. Our troops deserve better than the Trump administration's fake patriotism and false promises. They deserve real, actual answers. They deserve actual leadership. Thank you. With that, I have time for a few questions. Well, it's long overdue. I mean, he's the guy who started the unclassified text chain when there were classified channels available. It's his responsibility, but I also think Pete Hegseth needs to be fired as well. After all, Mr. Hegseth is the person who put the classified information on that text chain, who then also shared that same classified information on a separate text chain involving his wife, for crying out loud. These two people all need to be resigned, fired.
What kind of impact do you think this will have with him out of the administration?
Well, I think the president is getting rid of Mike Waltz is protecting Hegseth, and I think what it's going to do is continue the upheavals that are continuing to occur within the Pentagon right now. The DOD, we're hearing from people are scared to do their jobs. People are concerned to share classified information. They don't trust that the Secretary of Defense knows how to manage classified information, and I think they're trying to get rid of this issue, but it is one of national security importance.
Are you worried about who could come next?
Oh, I hope that there's more people who will be fired next.
Thank you, Senator Budd. Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Lemire, you know as well as I do from your military service that upholding good order and discipline is a foundation for our professional fighting force. Lethality relies on a honed practice of service members following lawful orders. I myself, even though as a progressive serving in the military, did not agree with President Bush's decision to look for weapons of mass destruction in Iraq when we should have been destroying the Taliban in Afghanistan, still volunteered to go, and I'm proud of my service to this day. Sometimes service members have to serve against their own personal opinions. Circumventing commanders on the battlefield in real time could lead to life or death mistakes. As former Secretary of Defense Mattis wrote, officers must carry out a policy to the best of their ability, even when they might disagree with that policy. To that end, I have questions about your commitment to this core principle and the troubling signals that your confirmation would send to those in uniform. You claim to have only written your book and gone public after the Inspector General concluded that your complaint had no merit. But we all know that there are other channels available to service members concerned about commander decisions or policy choices beyond the IG. Before you chose to write your book or speak out in the media about policies that concerned you, did you consider being a whistleblower to your senators or representatives, which would have been protected under Title 10, Section 1034? Yes or no? Did you consider it?
Yes, Senator.
You did consider it. That is news to us. I ask that you present this committee any correspondence that you may have had with members of Congress.
Copy. I'll do that, Senator.
Thank you. Did you file an Article 138 complaint, which under the Uniform Code of Military Justice allows service members to seek redress for a wrong conducted by a commander?
I did not, Senator.
Okay. So why did you not?
There are many months in question, the time frame that we're talking about here, but at the time that we separated after I had been relieved of my command and there was a command-directed investigation about me as well as the general officer that had relieved me of my command. It was a traumatic period, a period of hardship for my family and my children.
No,
who
I'm
lived
not
on-
talking about that. I'm talking about when you were writing the book and you were still in uniform.
Mm-hmm.
You chose to write, you made the decision to write the book because you said there was no other way for you to
I see.
address your concerns. And you said that you did reach out to members of Congress, which is news to me, but you did not file an Article 138 complaint prior to writing the
Okay.
book and speaking out
I
in
understand. I
public.
misunderstood your question, Senator. And my answer to your previous question, you asked if I had considered reaching out to members of Congress, and the answer to that question was yes.
Did you do it?
I had communication with members of Congress, and I'd be happy to provide that to you. I exhausted all of the means that I understood available to me. I'd been counseling with the base IG, Space Force IG, base legal, Pentagon Public Affairs, and the entire chain of command to include members of the Joint Chiefs before I published the book.
So nobody talked to you about Article 138 complaint, which is a recourse that you could have taken?
If that was discussed, specifically Article 138, I don't recall the circumstances as to why I chose what I did at that time regarding Article 138 specifically.
I'm concerned that you didn't follow through on all of the recourses that were available to you. You are allowed to have your personal views, but there are rules governing how public service members can be in opposition to lawful orders. With your actions, you signal to those under your command that it is okay to be insubordinate. As Peter Faber, a scholar who served in George W. Bush's National Security Council, has written, and I quote, "Military officers who believe that the policymaking process is heading in a bad direction have ample recourse to advise within the chain of command. If their advice is not heeded, the country would not be better served by senior officers provoking a civil-military crisis to advertise their policy differences with civilian leaders. You were relieved of command not for your beliefs, but for how you chose to express them on active duty while holding a position of authority over others. That is not persecution. That is accountability. And if, as a former commander, you cannot recount the basic recourses available to service members, how can we expect you to lead airmen and guardians? You were relieved of command not for your beliefs, but for how you chose to express them on active duty while holding a position of authority over others. So if it's true that you followed these steps, you still decided to circumvent the chain of command while still on active duty, to speak out publicly without informing your leadership. You could have resigned and spoken out or continued serving and kept your mouth shut, but instead you decided to continue serving and violate your professional ethics. You are allowed to have those personal views, but there are rules governing how public service members can be opposition to lawful orders. And so I sort of feel like you broke the rules. There are ways to do this, and you chose to instead circumvent those rules. That sets the standards for the people that you are about to take charge of to continue to circumvent the rules. And that is not conducive to good order and discipline within the military. Do you understand that? That is my concern.
If Chairman Wicker's okay with me responding, I'd be happy to.
Sure. I think the question is, do you understand that that's her point of view?
I understand your view, Senator. I think in value or in principle, you and I agree on many things that you've said. I will reject the idea that I did anything unlawful, unethical, or publicly contrary to, I never publicly criticized my chain of command. I never publicly was politically partisan while acting in an official capacity, and both of those allegations were the reasons I was relieved of my command, and I wasn't found guilty of either of those things.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do think it's important to acknowledge that we did sign up, just in the first year of the PACT Act alone, 1 million veterans. So that increase in personnel is also to deal with the increase in veterans coming to VA for care, long overdue for their acts because of their exposure to toxic substances.
Yeah, we also lost about 400,000 veterans that year as well. So it does equal out a little bit.
But we had well over 1 million in the first year signed up. Secretary Collins, when you testified before this committee in January, you stated that it would be a mark of failure, your words, mark of failure, if a veteran must contact the congressional office for support with accessing their VA care and benefits. My office alone has received 143 casework requests from veterans since the start of the Trump administration, a consequence of service disruptions worsened by DOJ's cruel dismantlement of the VA workforce and of the critical programs serving our nation's heroes. I'm going to give you some examples. A Vietnam veteran did not receive his benefits for 3 months due to greater than usual processing times. a veteran in urgent need of mental health services was told that the earliest available appointment was 6 weeks away. A veteran's widow and cancer survivor had her CHAMP VA covered prescription canceled without notice, forcing her to pay $700 out of pocket. An Iraq War veteran needed his records to apply for his disability benefits, but was met with a 6 to 12-month backlog. Now, backlogs and delays are not new to VA. They were there when I was at the VA under Secretary Shinseki in the Obama administration. And so I think, I would agree that this is indeed a mark of failure, and I'm requesting your commitment to work together to overcome this backlog. This will require the immediate reinstatement of all 2,400 VA employees who were indiscriminately terminated when Elon Musk and his Doge cronies failed to evaluate civil servants on the basis of merit and failed to use a scalpel to root out the bad apples who are failing to effectively execute the mission, and instead chose the most wasteful, inefficient, and lazy path in simply firing probationary employees en masse, which ironically represent some of our nation's most motivated, most idealistic, and most energized federal employees, those probationary employees who signed up since the PACT Act was passed, for example. Those Americans, including thousands upon thousands of veterans who made the patriotic decision to serve their country and begin their civilian careers. Secretary Collins, will you commit to reviewing the status of all terminated VA employees and promptly reinstating them and to protecting the VA workforce against additional indiscriminate mass firings?
Well, most of the ones that I've already testified earlier, the probationers were brought back to work in that setup, so they're already back at work. And we're going to keep looking at our setup and how we do it, because nothing we've done so far. We protected over 300,000 plus positions that were not, that did not, they protected those that were directed with disability care and with health care benefits. I just have a question, and I appreciate your concern, because I do still think when they have to call your offices, it's a failure for us. I say that to all of our hospitals, and I say it to all of our veterans benefits. I have a curious question here. You brought up something that's very close to my heart. Was that veteran who was given 6 weeks for an appointment, were they given a community care option?
We could get you that information, but if you
I would
appoint
love to know,
somebody
because I want to
work
help
for
that. I want to help if we can.
with all my open cases, I would love to work with you.
Is that
on
also
it.
and also, again, I've acknowledged this from day one. You and I have talked about this. The calls to our VA represent something we're not doing right. And I think that should overlay everything we're talking about here, is why is this a problem? Why are we still there? Records that take 6 to 12 months, that's possibly, I'm assuming that's probably a DOD issue, trying to get the records out of the DOD. These are all issues that I want to try and fix.
There have been access with VA records as well. Let me just go on to the next thing. In an official letter, response to Senator Tammy Baldwin's oversight letter on the Veterans Crisis Line, dated April 7th of 2025, you wrote, and I quote, "While 24 VCL employees erroneously received probationary termination notices, all notices were rescinded. All terminated employees were reinstated and have been rehired into the same positions they previously held." End quote. Secretary Collins, while I appreciate your candor in finally acknowledging that in fact VCL employees were terminated and clarifying that this was incompetence and not malicious intent, I hope you recognize that your work in fixing this mistake is not complete. Personally, I know of at least one veteran who you still have failed to reinstate, and this was a person who did so well that they were promoted to help train other VCL hotline employees, the type of person who's a supervisor on a shift. They still have not been reinstated. Look, the Veterans Crisis Line serves veterans in their darkest hour, and it is our responsibility to make certain that it operates to the highest standards. Just as every military commander understands that our warfighters' effectiveness, indeed their lethality, depends on a fully resourced, diverse network of enablers possessing the capability and capacity to support a given mission's requirements, you can't just invest and rehire the pilots of the aircraft and not retain the refuelers and the mechanics who fix that aircraft. Secretary Collins, do you agree that support staff who train, equip, and handle the basic operational and administrative functions of the Veterans Crisis Line program are mission critical?
That's why we brought them back, Senator. And I think there's something, though, that we need to also clarify here, and this was clarified not by our senior level, it was clarified by career employees, that no VCL who answers the phone who talked to our veterans was let go.
Right, but it's the VCL can't operate without the other people as well, like the supervisors on shift or the people who train the VCL. You are parsing your words, and there are Veterans Crisis Line people who have been fired, who have not been reinstated, and these are people who actually are training the people who are answering the phones. These are people who did so well as a phone answerer that they are the supervisors of the people, and you can't, like I said, you can't just say, okay, we're going to take care of the pilots, but not the refuelers and the mechanics to maintain that jet.
And I think we can actually find common ground agreement here that was why they were brought back, but also I will not accept the premise when it was given that people were not being answered on the call line when they came in, which has just been talked about many times in the press by others. That is not true. I'll acknowledge the fact that we brought back staff to help in those situations, and that's why they're now exempted. Sometimes, and we did do that, but I will not also let it be put out there that people were not getting their phone calls answered because those were the ones that were let go. Those were not the ones that were let go, and I think we at least need to be honest about the situation. As far as I agree with you, that's why they brought them back. And if you have a situation with one person, please let me know, let my office find out, and we'll talk about it.
There are more than one person being affected.
Thank you.
Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, thank you for your testimony today. We all want to take care of our veterans.
Next, we have Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I want to thank you both for very productive conversations you had with me prior to this hearing. Mr. Obadal, given this week's announcements on Army transformation, I want to start with you first. We had a great conversation. It's no secret that I am deeply committed to our Army and its future. I support Army modernization, but we must balance modernization with readiness today. To be clear, I'm encouraged by parts of the Army's proposed reforms. However, I am concerned about the impacts of some proposed cuts to the Joint Forces sustainment and supply enterprise, and we discussed this a little bit. For one, I worry how the proposed integration of Joint Munitions Command and Army Sustainment Command may impact their two critical mission sets, including managing complex ecosystems required to deliver munitions to warfighters, both for the Army but also for the Joint Force. And then also, as the Army considers replacing the Humvee, I urge the Army to consider impacts to medical evacuation capabilities, because the Humvee is really the main source of the Army's ambulances platforms. Mr. Obadal, will you commit to engaging with me and this committee early before final decisions are made so that we can fully communicate and help the Army address the far-reaching impacts of cuts like these?
Absolutely, Senator, and thank you for the time that you spent with me on the phone.
Thank you. I look forward to working with you. Mr. O'Keefe, turning to you, if confirmed, you will be a key advisor to Secretary Hegseth on the review he directed to ensure physical standards among the services are sex neutral, his words. As you know, every service member does take a physical fitness test at least annually. It's required for your continued service and your promotion. I took one every year for 23 years, and some years more than once. On top of that, specific combat military occupational specialties, like Army Rangers, for example, already have added physical standards. The services have combat job-specific physical testing, which is actually what makes our forces capable of carrying out the full range of types of combat roles. Do you acknowledge that the military already has uniform physical standards specific to different occupational specialties that is the same for both male and female troops?
Senator, I don't know the details of every physical fitness requirement for every occupational specialty. I have been informed that many of them do at least. So okay. I don't know every job.
Understood.
Yeah.
But the combat roles, especially the Rangers, SEALs, those all have one standard that are not gender differentiated.
Again, I don't know the details of every position in those units. I do believe that many of them do.
Okay. Not all combat roles are the same. The physical and mental requirements to operate an attack helicopter, like Mr. Obadal did, which makes Black Hawk pilots like myself shudder, are different than the strength needed to lift a mortar tube, or different than the endurance required of a scout sniper, for example. The fact of the matter is that the services already test to the most applicable physical requirements for a specific combat role. For example, the Marines have military occupational specialty specific physical standards, which are mission specific, and both men and women have to meet the same standard, and the Army also has sex neutral standards for every occupational specialty. If combat jobs already have gender neutral physical qualifications, what change is Secretary Hegseth actually making? He has his sights on creating and again, his words, a gender-neutral combat standard for the annual fitness assessments. These are tests that were ensured to make sure that we have a baseline physical fitness across the United States military. They're not job-specific. They're just making sure that you can stay in the military, and those are differentiated based on gender and age. But if Secretary Hegseth's logic is to have one combat fitness standard to rule them all, why would we stop at gender? Mr. O'Keefe, would you support holding all service members in combat roles, regardless of age, to the same fitness standards if you're going to get rid of the gender-specific standards?
Senator, I think that the fitness requirements for combat roles should be, whether it's the fitness test, and I appreciate the distinction between a fitness test and the occupational requirements. I think that's important to note. But certainly the occupational standards, I believe, should be consistent, regardless of who's performing the job.
Okay, so would you agree with me that if we are going to get rid of the gender differentiation, we should also get rid of the age differentiation? Because it's supposed to be for the job.
Yes, Senator, as I say, I think any requirement for a particular job should be agnostic about, as long as the requirements are set in a realistic way and are determined to be relevant for the position, it's my view that those should be consistent.
So both gender and age neutral?
Anyone performing the role, yes, Senator.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that President Hegseth should eliminate age-based scaling for annual fitness test scoring and standards then, if he's going to get rid of the gender scaling. Would you agree with that?
Again, Senator, I think there's and you noted the distinction between the fitness tests and the occupational requirements. I think that those are different conversations. They've been muddied somewhat over the years, I grant you. But I do think there's a distinction there between the two.
Well, he's bringing it up. He wants to get rid of the gender differentiation for the annual fitness test. If he's going to do that, would you agree with me that he should that we should also then get rid of the age differentiation for the annual fitness test? If you're going to get rid of the gender differentiation, then you should get rid of the age differentiation.
Certainly, Senator, I've confirmed. I don't know the details of I know there's an effort in the department going through all of that right now, and we just had a meeting with the Army about a week ago on their test. But certainly, I've confirmed that would be, I think, an area where I'd look forward to providing some insight and advice to the Secretary on that one.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Duckworth.
Senate Visitor Center, room 217, at 12:25. So people should be advised, and staff members should be advised. Senate Visitor Center, 217, 12:25. Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses for being here today. Senator Hirono touched on this Qatari gift plane, and I wanted to follow up on it. Look, the bipartisan concern expressed in the lead up to and during today's hearing simply underscores how bizarre and disturbing it was to watch President Trump proudly defend his decision to create, at the very least, the pathetic appearance that our commander-in-chief can be bought by an ally of Iran and Hamas, all for the price of the Qatari royal family's luxury so-called palace in the sky. And that doesn't even address the outrageous reality that far from saving money, this unconstitutional action will not only cost our nation its dignity, but it will force taxpayers to waste over $1 billion in taxpayer dollars to overhaul this particular aircraft when we currently have not one, but two fully operational and fully capable Air Force One aircraft. Secretary Mink, I wrote a letter to you last week about the very real operational security risks involved in President Trump's unconstitutional proposal to accept a $400 million luxury aircraft from the Qatari royal family and retrofit it to serve as Air Force One. And I look forward to hearing from you and hearing your thorough response about what the Air Force has been directed to do to support this. But I have several questions for you here today. As you know, any platform used for presidential travel must be fully secure, survivable, and this is the important part, capable of supporting uninterrupted command and control under the most demanding conditions, including in the event of a nuclear crisis. This isn't just about ensuring presidential protection, though that is very important. This is about our national security and protecting all Americans from the dangers posed if the president's sensitive communications are intercepted or if he is out of contact, God forbid, with our nation's military during a crisis. Secretary Mink, General Alvin, do you concur that the upgrades required for a foreign-provided plane to meet the operational security standards of Air Force One would be significant?
Senator, thanks for the question. So the Secretary of Defense has directed the Air Force to basically start planning to modify the aircraft. We are postured to do that.
That's not my question. My question is, will you concur?
We will look at all of those. We will look at all of those.
Well,
we will have to look at all of those issues you just addressed in those modifications, Senator.
General Alvin, would you say that to upgrade a foreign aircraft to Air Force One standards would require significant modifications?
I align myself with the Secretary's opinion that we will be postured to make the modifications necessary.
That's not my question. My question is, do you concur that it would take significant modifications to take a civilian 747 and upgrade it to Air Force One standards?
So Senator, any civilian aircraft will take significant modifications to do so. And as I said, based on the Secretary's direction, we are postured and we're off looking at that right now, what it's going to take for that particular aircraft, right?
All right. If President Trump insists on converting this plane to a hardened Air Force One before 2029, I worry about the pressures you may be under to cut corners on operational security. I've already seen concerning press reports that requirements have been loosened for construction of 2 other Boeing 747-8s intended to modernize the Air Force One fleet that taxpayers have already been paying for to accelerate this delivery. Can I have your commitment, Mr. Secretary, that you will strongly advise the President against cutting any corners or reducing any requirements on operational security standards for any aircraft to be used as Air Force One?
So, Senator, I'm unaware of any requirements. Now, I've only been in the job 2 days, but I'm unaware of any requirement changes to the current program. And yes, we will, as we lay out the plan, we will make sure that we do what's necessary to ensure security of the aircraft, right?
Do I have your commitment that you will advise the President not to reduce any requirements that will lower operational security for any aircraft to be used as Air Force One?
Yeah, Senator, I will be quite clear and discuss that with the Secretary up to the President if necessary if we feel there's any threats that we are unable to address.
If the President insists on this dangerous course of action, I urge you not to let this distraction, and it is a distraction, divert resources that would otherwise support delivering the 2 aircraft already under contract and paid for by American taxpayers in a manner consistent with our critical security standards to protect Air Force One from compromise, disruption, or attack. Thank you. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would note, though, by the way, that Joe Biden does.
Hi, everybody. I'm Brittany Lewis, a breaking news reporter here at Forbes. Joining me now is Senator Tammy Duckworth. Senator, thank you so much for joining me.
Thanks for having me on.
Last month, the House narrowly passed President Trump's big, beautiful bill, a massive piece of legislation that includes his signature tax and immigration policies. Now the Senate is taking it on, so I'm curious, what do you make of the budget package?
Well, we're calling it the big ugly bill or the big beautiful betrayal because it just has such significant cuts to all sorts of programs that Americans rely on in order to fund tax cuts for billionaires. And it actually is going to add trillions of dollars to our budget deficit. And so I don't see where, the only people that come out ahead in this are billionaires. And veterans are going to lose, families are going to lose, educational institutions, medical hospitals are all going to lose under this bill.
It seems like those are the biggest points of contention in the Senate when it comes to this bill. One is that, according to the CBO, it could raise the deficit by $2.4 trillion. And then 2, those Medicaid cuts, where, according to the CBO, again, millions could lose health insurance in the next decade. So what are your conversations with Republicans right now who aren't supportive of it and who have voiced their apprehension?
Well, I start off with how many people in their states will lose health care coverage. It's estimated that 14 million Americans, including children and seniors, will lose their coverage entirely. And about 20 million Americans are going to see their health care costs go up. I also talked to my colleagues about veterans. There are significant cuts to veteran services in this bill, not to mention programs that help farmers and small businesses. I actually just sat down with some farmers not 15 minutes ago, and they are absolutely terrified of what's going to happen with the cuts that are in this bill that's going to really decimate our ag sector.
Talk to us a little bit about that. I mean, what were the conversations with farmers? I mean, what alarms were they raising to you?
Well, they're saying that, the cuts that are in this bill, some of them are not directly aimed at the ag sector, but it's going to hurt the ag sector. Cuts to EPA, for example, cuts to the FDA, because the FDA and it looks at feed products, that the feed that goes to animal feed, for example. And so there's all sorts of things in here that will end up hurting middle-class families, will end up hurting ag in a significant way. It puts the air that we breathe and the water that our children drink at risk, because it's going to go after the EPA and its ability to monitor the environmental health of this country. They're even looking to cut programs like the National Weather Service that farmers rely on to know that what they need to do with their crops from day to day. And you and I need the National Weather Service. I'm a pilot. Pilots need the National Weather Service, and so these cuts are going to be, they're just so widespread and they're so egregious that it doesn't even, if you're going to raise the budget, then raise it for a useful purpose, right? To extend more benefits to Americans, or, we've never as a nation raised the budget in order to fund tax cuts for billionaires and millionaires, except for under President Trump.
I feel really lucky in my position. I've been able to talk with lawmakers across the aisle, Republicans and Democrats alike, and I've asked about arguably the most hot-button issue in this bill, which are Medicaid cuts, and Republicans have consistently said, we are not cutting Medicaid, we're getting out the waste, fraud, and abuse, we're adding work requirements. And Senator Josh Hawley, he's been critical of potential Medicaid cuts, and he said this recently, quote, just had a great talk with President Trump about the big, beautiful bill. He said again, no Medicaid benefit cuts. What's your reaction to how he's characterizing what's happening to Medicaid?
It's an outright lie. It is going to be Medicaid. These are cuts to Medicaid. People will lose access to their Medicaid benefits, and people will die. And beyond that, some of the hospitals that are the last hospital standing in rural communities where you're at the only hospital in a tri-county area or in between two counties, you're going to lose those hospitals. I sat down with the Illinois Hospital Association, and many of them, especially in rural parts of Illinois, have said, we will have to shut down. If these cuts to Medicaid happen, we will shut down and you will no longer have a hospital in this 3-county area. And by the way, we're also the biggest employers. And so anybody that tells you that this doesn't cut Medicaid and people will not lose their Medicaid benefits is lying to you.
Republicans have countered saying that, hey, this is actually adding work requirements. Congressman David Schweiker told me today there's close to 7 million prime age males missing from the labor force, and that this would, force them to get a job. Essentially, what's your reaction to the work requirements?
My reaction is that it's indiscriminate. If somebody is fighting cancer and they're on Medicaid and they're getting chemotherapy and they're so sick that they can't get up out of bed, they can't go to work. And so let's make it clear what these Republicans are talking about. They are misleading people in order to bend to Trump's will in order to fund tax cuts for his billionaire buddies at the expense of middle-class families, people who rely on Medicaid in order to survive and make sure they have health coverage. People will die and hospitals will shut down, and it will be President Trump's fault and the fault of their collaborators, my Republican colleagues.
Elon Musk is the richest man in the world, according to Forbes. He also was working as a special government employee up until last week, and he said this about the bill, quote, I'm sorry, but I just can't stand it anymore. This massive, outrageous, pork-filled congressional spending bill is a disgusting abomination. Shame on those who voted for it. You know you did wrong. You know it. What are your thoughts on this break from Elon Musk, and do you think this is going to move the needle at all in the Senate?
Well, it's rare that I find myself agreeing with Elon Musk this year, but I happen to agree with him. That shame on my Republican colleagues who voted for this bill. We cannot pass this bill. People are going to die, where people are going to lose their jobs. The economy is going to tank, and America is not going to be strong. It's not going to be great again. America is going to be weaker and sicker, and it'll be thanks to President Trump and this bill and the Republicans who vote for it.
You're not the first Democrats to tell me that if this bill's passed, people will die. And Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer named it the Well, We're All Going to Die Act. But back in March, Senator Chuck Schumer had a 180 when it came to the continuing resolution, and he, along with 9 Senate Democrats, ended up voting for it to avert a government shutdown. Based on your conversations right now, does it look like this legislation is going to get any Senate Democrat support?
Well, that's not going to get my support, and I've already let Chuck Schumer know how disappointed I was in his reversal of his position the last time, and that we need to fight this because too many people's lives are dependent on us making sure that we don't cut Medicaid, we don't cut veteran services, we don't cut programs that help children who are hungry, we don't cut WIC, the Women, Infant, and Children program that's part of this. We need to make sure that programs like AmeriCorps continues and make sure that we can have an EPA that actually functions. a FEMA that can help you when the tornado and the next hurricane hits your community. All of this is being gutted by Trump, and I'm not going to vote to support it.
And I think when it comes to this legislation in particular, one thing Democrats and Republicans can agree on is that there are going to be a lot of changes in the Senate from this bill, and then it's going to get passed to the House. Where do you see the areas, based on your conversations now, where there are going to be the most changes?
I don't know where they are because right now Leader Thune is not talking to us about the amendment process. One of the things about being in the Senate is you should be able to amend bills to make them better, but I don't know whether or not he's going to accept these bills and by the way, if Republicans vote en bloc to oppose it, whatever bills Democrats put forward, they're just going to oppose it even though they're good amendments. And we may not actually win any of these amendments and it'll stay a terrible bill.
And so what you're saying is, based on the conversations now, or based on the lack of conversations right now, you don't think Democrats can change this at all?
We're going to try to change it, but we'll see how many Republicans actually have the courage, like a John McCain, to step up and vote for their constituents instead of voting for Trump.
And do you think that's going to be the case? Do you think any senator as of now is going to have their Senator John McCain moment here? Because I know that there are a few senators that have voiced their apprehensions.
Well, I hope that they are, but I have become pretty pessimistic over the last couple of months, several months in this Trump administration, where my Republican colleagues have shown that they don't have a backbone. They're not willing to stand up to Trump, and if anything, they'll do whatever he tells them to do, even at the expense of their constituents. And frankly, when you become a United States Senator, you're supposed to put your constituents and your nation first, not Donald Trump.
Senator Tammy Duckworth, I appreciate the conversation today. You're welcome back anytime. And as we see more developments out of what this is described as the big, beautiful bill, I hope you can come on and break it down with me. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Elon Musk is the richest man in the world, according to Forbes. He also was working as a special government employee up until last week, and he said this about the bill, quote, "I'm sorry, but I just can't stand it anymore. This massive, outrageous, pork-filled congressional spending bill is a disgusting abomination. Shame on those who voted for it. You know you did wrong. You know it." What are your thoughts on this break from Elon Musk, and do you think this is going to move the needle at all in the Senate?
Well, it's rare that I find myself agreeing with Elon Musk this year, but I happen to agree with him. That shame on my Republican colleagues who voted for this bill. We cannot pass this bill. People are going to die, where people are going to lose their jobs. The economy is going to tank, and America is not going to be strong. It's not going to be great again. America is going to be weaker and sicker, and it'll be thanks to President Trump and this bill and the Republicans who vote for it.
In my position, I've been able to talk with lawmakers across the aisle, Republicans and Democrats alike, and I've asked about arguably the most hot-button issue in this bill, which are Medicaid cuts, and Republicans have consistently said, we are not cutting Medicaid, we're getting out the waste, fraud, and abuse, we're adding work requirements. And Senator Josh Hawley, he's been critical of potential Medicaid cuts, and he said this recently, quote, "Just had a great talk with President Trump about the big, beautiful bill. He said again, no Medicaid benefit cuts." What's your reaction to how he's characterizing what's happening to Medicaid?
It's an outright lie. It is going to be Medicaid. These are cuts to Medicaid. People will lose access to their Medicaid benefits, and people will die. And beyond that, some of the hospitals that are the last hospital standing in rural communities, where you're the only hospital in a tri-county area or in between two counties, you're going to lose those hospitals. I sat down with the Illinois Hospital Association, and many of them, especially in rural parts of Illinois, have said, we will have to shut down. If these cuts to Medicaid happen, we will shut down, and you will no longer have a hospital in this three-county area. And by the way, we're also the biggest employers. And so anybody that tells you that this doesn't cut Medicaid and people will not lose their Medicaid benefits is lying to you.
Republicans have countered, saying that, hey, this is actually adding work requirements. Congressman David Schweiker told me today there's close to 7 million prime age males missing from the labor force, and that this would, force them to get a job. Essentially, what's your reaction to the work requirements?
My reaction is that it's indiscriminate. If somebody is fighting cancer and they're on Medicaid and they're getting chemotherapy and they're so sick that they can't get up out of bed, they can't go to work. And so let's make it clear what these Republicans are talking about. They are misleading people in order to bend to Trump's will in order to fund tax cuts for his billionaire buddies at the expense of middle-class families, people who rely on Medicaid in order to survive and make sure they have health coverage. People will die and hospitals will shut down, and it will be President Trump's fault and the fault of their collaborators, my Republican colleagues.
Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to associate myself with Senator Blumenthal's comments about blowing $30 million on a parade. Let's be clear, you're not doing it to celebrate the Army's birthday. You're doing it to stroke Donald Trump's ego. If you want to celebrate the Army's birthday by spending $30 million, I would recommend you think about something along the lines of maybe spending that money on childcare for military families, perhaps tuition reimbursement for military families. There are lots of ways to celebrate the Army's birthday without blowing it all on a parade. I also want to echo the concerns of my colleagues, Senator Reed, Shaheen, and Hirono, about misusing and burning the readiness of our National Guard troops and other expensive military assets like deportation flights for so-called interior law enforcement operations. The military should not do the job of DHS for it. I'm especially concerned by your answer to Senator Hirono, Mr. Secretary. I think you copped out with your answer of, we will do what's legal. That answer ignores your obligation to advise what is right for our war fighters and to focus on war fighting, not to say what is legal. Secretary Driscoll, General George, I appreciate much of your transformation efforts. I've long advocated for the Army to make hard, forward-looking decisions, and I especially support the push to modernize our munitions enterprise to produce and deliver munitions to warfighters at scale. That's why your proposed cuts to Rock Island are confusing and troubling to me. Rock Island Arsenal is a critical part of the Army's advanced manufacturing ecosystem. It is central to the future of battlefield sustainment and logistics. Yet under your current plan, two commands with very distinct missions, Army Sustainment Command and Joint Munitions Command, would be integrated. We've been told this consolidation will result in workforce reductions of approximately 100 personnel and the phasing out of a data center in Army Material Command. Beyond this, details are scarce. Secretary Driscoll, do you have more recent updates on the workforce impacts of these planned changes, including how many personnel will be affected and the timeline of implementation?
Senator, I just want to echo how important Rock Island is. I think we have a trip scheduled or hopefully soon to go up there. The workers up there have been remarkable and have helped our country and our Army for a long time. As it relates specifically to sustainment and the Joint Munitions Commands, when we were looking at it, basically the headquarters exist so close together, we thought we could have efficiencies without actually impacting the outputs by combining. The intent is not to slow down production in any sort of way. And then specifically, Senator, to your question, no changes from what you referenced.
I know. How many personnel will be affected and what's the timeline of implementation?
I will I wanted to just kind of reinforce, we have, two headquarters that are kind of very almost co-located, and there's a lot of things that we can do within that, I think, to combine that. So what we still need and what we want to invest in is all the technical expertise that, we get at Rock Island and, probably the unmatched right now 3D printing capability, additive manufacturing that even commercial industry is coming in there and using it. So it's kind of, we're looking across the formation of how we can update our business systems, combine some of these capabilities, and I think it's going to make us better. And we're happy to come over and brief you that in detail, or meet you at Rock Island, Senator, and have that discussion.
Okay, I'm be willing to meet you at Rock Island. Secretary Driscoll, still the same question. How many personnel will be affected, and what's the timeline of implementation? You still haven't answered me.
Senator, we're currently working on the plan. It is I would actually hypothesize there would be growth at Rock Island on a net basis. But combining those units, they're working on the plans right now. We'll provide them the moment they're available.
Okay. I mean, I think what you're doing is scaling down. I hope that the answer is that we're going to work towards a minimum workload, at the very least, at Rock Island to maintain that capacity. I want to flag that I joined the Bipartisan Arsenal Workload Sustainment Act with Senators Durbin, Grassley, Ernst, and Representative Sorensen. This bill would incentivize private industry to partner with arsenals to ensure a more predictable workload throughout the year to enhance efficiency and keep costs low at all of our arsenals. I hope that you and General George will work with us to move and get this legislation passed.
We'd love to, Senator.
Thank you. I'm also deeply concerned by the Army's plan to divest from the Humvee and JLTV without a clear replacement that meets the full spectrum of mission requirements. We have been told that the infantry squad vehicle was identified as the future for ground mobility, but let's be honest, the current model of that vehicle does not support the needs of medical evacuation. And the Humvee fleet that you plan to retain, which could serve as ambulances in the meantime, is already facing severe maintenance issues. This ground capability for medical evacuation is not a gap that we can afford to ignore. What is the Army's plan to bridge this gap in ground medical evacuation capacity as the Humvee is phased out? Either one of you can take that.
Yeah, I'll take that one, Senator. We have, you brought up the armor protection. We have 18,000 plus JLTVs, continuing to buy those. So obviously medical evacuation and how we do that. Having done that, with all of our vehicles, it's why we're also talking about having armored vehicles that are inside our formations are going to be critical moving forward. So we need a broad bunch of capability. We're also looking at autonomous systems and how they can go into certain areas. We have 105,000 Humvees, and certainly that's part of we're going through that process right now, how we make sure that we're maximizing the vehicles we need. You mentioned medical vehicles. That would be in that category of how we would make sure that we're maintaining that capability that we need. So they're going to be in our formation. We've bought what we need to have inside our formation.
And thank you, Senator. Senator Scott.
Sure.
You're not the first Democrats tell me that if this bill's passed, people will die. And Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer named it the "Well, We're All Going to Die" Act. But back in March, Senator Chuck Schumer had a 180 when it came to the continuing resolution, and he, along with 9 Senate Democrats, ended up voting for it to avert a government shutdown. Based on your conversations right now, does it look like this legislation is going to get any Senate Democrat support?
Well, that's not going to get my support, and I've already let Chuck Schumer know how disappointed I was in his reversal of his position the last time, and that we need to fight this because too many people's lives are dependent on us making sure that we don't cut Medicaid, we don't cut veteran services, we don't cut programs that help children who are hungry, we don't cut WIC, the Women, Infant, and Children program that's part of this. We need to make sure that programs like AmeriCorps continues and make sure that we can have an EPA that actually functions. A FEMA that can help you when the tornado and the next hurricane hits your community. All of this is being gutted by Trump, and I'm not going to vote to support it.
And I think when it comes to this legislation in particular, one thing Democrats and Republicans can agree on is that there are going to be a lot of changes in the Senate from this bill, and then it's going to get passed to the House. Where do you see the areas, based on your conversations now, where there are going to be the most changes?
I don't know where they are because right now Leader Thune is not talking to us about the amendment process. One of the things about being in the Senate is you should be able to amend bills to make them better, but I don't know whether or not he's going to accept these bills and by the way, if Republicans vote en bloc to oppose it, whatever bills Democrats put forward, they're just going to oppose it even though they're good amendments. And we may not actually win any of these amendments and it'll stay a terrible bill.
And so what you're saying is, based on the conversations now, or based on the lack of conversations right now, you don't think Democrats can change this at all?
We're going to try to change it, but we'll see how many Republicans actually have the courage, like a John McCain, to step up and vote for their constituents instead of voting for Trump.
And do you think that's going to be the case? Do you think any senator as of now is going to have their Senator John McCain moment here? Because I know that there are a few senators that have voiced their apprehensions.
Well, I hope that they are, but I have become pretty pessimistic over the last couple of months, several months in this Trump administration, where my Republican colleagues have shown that they don't have a backbone. They're not willing to stand up to Trump, and if anything, they'll do whatever he tells them to do, even at the expense of their constituents. And frankly, when you become a United States Senator, you're supposed to put your constituents and your nation first, not Donald Trump.
Last month, the House narrowly passed President Trump's Big Beautiful Bill, a massive piece of legislation that includes his signature tax and immigration policies. Now the Senate is taking it on, so I'm curious, what do you make of the budget package?
Well, we're calling it the Big Ugly Bill or the Big Beautiful Betrayal because it just has such significant cuts to all sorts of programs that Americans rely on in order to fund tax cuts for billionaires, and it actually is going to add trillions of dollars to our budget deficit. And so I don't see where, the only people that come out ahead in this are billionaires. And veterans are going to lose, families are going to lose, educational institutions, medical hospitals are all going to lose under this bill.
It seems like those are the biggest points of contention in the Senate when it comes to this bill. One is that, according to the CBO, it could raise the deficit by $2.4 trillion. And then two, those Medicaid cuts, where, according to the CBO, again, millions could lose health insurance in the next decade. So what are your conversations with Republicans right now who aren't supportive of it and who have voiced their apprehension?
Well, I start off with how many people in their states will lose health care coverage. It's estimated that 14 million Americans, including children and seniors, will lose their coverage entirely. And about 20 million Americans are going to see their health care costs go up. I also talked to my colleagues about veterans. There are significant cuts to veteran services in this bill, not to mention programs that help farmers and small businesses. I actually just sat down with some farmers not 15 minutes ago, and they are absolutely terrified of what's going to happen with the cuts that are in this bill that's going to really decimate our ag sector.
Talk to us a little bit about that. I mean, what were the conversations with farmers? I mean, what alarms were they raising to you?
Well, they're saying that, the cuts that are in this bill, some of them are not directly aimed at the ag sector, but it's going to hurt the ag sector. Cuts to EPA, for example, cuts to the FDA, because the FDA and it looks at feed products, that the feed that goes to animal feed, for example. And so there's all sorts of things in here that will end up hurting middle-class families, will end up hurting ag in a significant way. It puts the air that we breathe and the water that our children drink at risk, because it's going to go after the EPA and its ability to monitor the environmental health of this country. They're even looking to cut programs like the National Weather Service that farmers rely on to know that what they need to do with their crops from day to day. And you and I need the National Weather Service. I'm a pilot. Pilots need the National Weather Service. And so these cuts are going to be, they're just so widespread and they're so egregious that it doesn't even, if you're going to raise the budget, then raise it for a useful purpose, right? To extend more benefits to Americans, or, we've never as a nation raised the budget in order to fund tax cuts for billionaires and millionaires, except for under President Trump.
I feel really lucky.
Thank you now. Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Ms. Mason. I think we served in the building at the same time at one point.
Yes, we did, ma'am.
So I know exactly what the inner sanctum of the Secretary's office looks like. And if you're behind those doors, you're in the inner sanctum. You're not just floating out there. So you probably saw him a lot more than you are trying to lead us to believe. I just want to follow up on your answer to Senator Hirono. Are you invoking attorney-client privilege and not responding to her question?
No, I simply, thank you for the question, Senator Duckworth, and it is a pleasure to see you again. No, I'm not. I'm simply saying that there are situations that I may have advised the Secretary on that wouldn't be appropriate for me to talk about. This question she asked me was a question that I could answer, that I was not engaged and involved with, and it was not my place to offer my opinion in that situation.
Did you advise the Secretary on setting the 80,000 goal for firing VA employees?
And no, Senator Duckworth, thank you. I was not involved in that decision.
Congress established offices of Inspector General in 1978 to, quote, create independent objective units within agencies. I'm going to continuing on the question line that my colleagues have already started. But critics have questioned whether a federal agency IG can truly be, quote, independent if these officials can be fired by a president who leads the administration and IG is tasked to oversee. Now, to be fair, Congress has recognized the weakness of allowing a president to silence an IG who might uncover problems that an administration would prefer to sweep under the rug. In fact, 30 years after the passage of the original IG Act, Congress amended the law to enhance transparency and oversight over potential IG firings. Ms. Mason, can you please remind our committee of what Congress did in passing Section 3 of the IG Reform Act of 2008?
Let me see if I remember that one.
Would you like a copy of it? I can give you a copy.
That would be wonderful, ma'am.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to provide the witness with a copy of the act.
Without objection.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Senator Duckworth, and I do remember reading this now. Yes, I think it's really important to note that 2008 was where the Congress put in some protections about the 30-day notice and some other areas that asked the president to do so before removing an IG.
Thank you, Ms. Mason. So I raised the core issue of IG independence because the unfortunate reality is this. Your nomination is only possible because President Trump fired without a cause or explanation, let alone the 30-day advance notice is required by law, that the Honorable Michael Missile, who had effectively served as VA IG since 2016. Ms. Mason, did President Trump violate federal law when he indiscriminately fired IG Missile and failed to provide Congress with a written notice at least 30 days in advance of the removal of his and to fire the independent and nonpartisan VA Inspector General?
Well, Senator Duckworth, I appreciate that question. And again, that issue is currently before the courts, and I would have to defer to the courts and the judge to make that decision. And after they make that decision, I will be happy to answer the question.
Then I will come back to you.
Okay.
It's a simple question. As we discussed, the law is clear. It requires written notification to Congress, and it mandates that such notice be delivered at least 30 days in advance. Look, a key reason that Congress established the IG law, IGs, was to help ensure any given presidential administration complies with the law. And I am deeply troubled that you are unwilling to simply identify President Trump's textbook violation of the law. And your nomination was literally made possible because President Trump committed that textbook violation of the law when he fired IG Missile, so that he could appoint his own hand-picked appointee, you. IGs must be willing to speak truth to power. So let's try a far simpler yes or no question. Ms. Mason, did President Joe Biden win the 2020 presidential election?
The 2020 presidential election, I believe he did, yes.
Okay, thank you. And if given an illegal and unconstitutional order by either the Secretary of Veterans Affairs or President Trump, what would your actions be?
I will always follow the law, Senator Duckworth, just as I did as chairman, with the same president in office, as well as with Mr. Biden, with President Biden in office.
Thank you. And you're back, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Duckworth, thank you. I don't intend to have a second round of questioning, but I want to give the leeway to the ranking member who has a question to follow up, and then I'll ask you, Ms. Mason, if you have anything you want to conclude, anything you would like to try to correct, or I'm not suggesting you need to correct anything you wish to have said before we ask him.
Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In response to my colleague from Oklahoma, I believe the Secretary of Defense has just responded last week and admitted that the $1 billion mission that he led against the Houthis, who do not have a Navy, has not restored the transit of U.S. flag commercial vessels through the Red Sea, and in fact has resulted in the loss of 2 F-18 Hornets to the tune of $60 million apiece, as well as, I believe the last count was 7 Reaper drones to the tune of another $200 million. You are blowing through money like my fellow cadets and I did in our first Liberty after basic camp. Luckily, I didn't end up with a questionable tattoo. Your failures, Mr. Secretary, since you've taken office has been staggering. You sent classified operational information over Signal to chest thump in front of your wife, who, by the way, has no security clearance, risking service member lives in the process. You blew the $1 billion fight against the Houthis, whom, again, as my colleague says, has no Navy, and yet you lost all of those aircraft. You've created such a hostile command environment that no one wants to serve as your chief of staff or work with you in other senior DoD leadership roles. But what we should all be talking about more than all of this is that you have an unjustified, un-American misuse of the military in American cities, pulling resources and attention away from core missions to the detriment of the country, the warfighters, and yes, the war fighting that you claim to love. I don't know if this is because you are too inexperienced and incompetent to understand the real threats facing our country, or if it's because you are just an unqualified yes man who can't tell the president how to keep Americans safe. You are focusing on renaming basis for Confederate generals. You said just now to Senator King that to a man and to a woman, we would rather be associated with the old Confederate names. Well, I am one of those women. I served at Fort Rucker, Alabama, a base that was named for a traitor who took arms against the United States of America, led troops who killed Americans. It was renamed for Mike Novosel, a Medal of Honor recipient, who in his citation for the Medal of Honor includes that he saved 29 American lives, to include hovering backwards in a helicopter towards an enemy bunker where a wounded American was laying and saved that person, including after being taken fire himself. I know a little something about what it takes to fly a helicopter when you've been hit by enemy fire. That was heroic. I'd rather be associated with Mike Novosel than a failed Confederate traitor. I don't know whether you are inexperienced or too incompetent, but I wonder when you will actually focus on our nation's warfighting mission. We know that California is just a deliberate, systematic, political, and dangerous campaign led by you. We should not be using our military to play cops against Americans. General Kane, as chairman, a key part of your job is to coordinate military planning across the joint force. Is the department currently incorporating into any military plans expanding the use of the reserve forces to include the National Guard or active duty troops to support domestic law enforcement, including in other locations in the United States?
Senator, you know, we careful.
No, General.
Well, it's not really a yes or no question, Madam Senator. We plan all kinds of different things.
I think it is a yes or no question.
I'm not aware of anything, but the reason why I'm answering is the tags may be looking at something that I'm not aware of.
What are you doing at your level? You're not aware of that happening at your level? Because we know that on his first day, President Trump directed U.S. Northern Command to revise its unified command plan to add new planning requirements to combat, and I quote, criminal activities. A series of follow-up executive orders continue to redirect DOD priorities to supporting domestic law enforcement, including one in April that tells DOD, and I quote, use national security assets for law and order. In other words, do law enforcement's job. I'd like to enter these executive orders into the record, Mr. Chairman.
Is there objection? Without objection, so ordered.
Secretary Hegseth, you say you are focused on warfighting and warriors. These are your words. Yet you are diverting untold DOD resources and attention to a fundamentally non-military mission of domestic policing. Across the country, we have qualified police officers who are trained for that mission. They know those streets better than the Marines you deploy to Los Angeles, who normally focus on the Indo-Pacific. And you recently approved 700 more troops in 3 other states to do admin and logistics works for ICE. You say all of this is valuable training, but I would much rather have our troops do tough, realistic training relevant to high-end combat. Instead of typing in spreadsheets for ICE, they should be conducting live fire maneuver exercises. Instead of patrolling American neighborhoods and standing in front of federal buildings, they should be rehearsing call for fire missions. We have local police who can stand in front of those federal buildings. And the list of distractions goes on. You are encouraging the DOD workforce to go work for DHS in increasing numbers. You're pulling the military away from facing foreign enemies who literally say things like death to America. And you're putting troops with weapons aimed at Americans. Mr. Secretary, let the military get back to its real job. Stop forcing them to do DHSs. And if you want to be DHS Secretary, maybe you can apply for that job when you're fired from this one due to your incompetence.
Thank you. Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to follow along on my colleague's chain of questioning. General Smith, I share her concerns and the concerns of the other members of this committee about the mobilization of the 700 Marines in response to the protests in Los Angeles. I am a Marine Corps family. My father, who lies at rest in Arlington, served in the United States Marine, only for a few years. He was an Army officer for the rest of the time, but that man was a Marine until the day he died.
And once a Marine, always a Marine, Senator.
Hoorah.
Hoorah.
Hoorah. And now, even if this is technically legal, what the president is doing under an expansive interpretation of Article 2 authorities, I believe it is incredibly unwise. I don't condone violence or property destruction, but using active duty Marines for domestic protest response sets a dangerous precedent. When citizens around the country, not just in California, see Marines on the streets of America, it risks damaging their trust and politicizing a force that must remain apolitical and mission focused. President Trump is asking Marines to be away from their families for a situation that the president himself said yesterday was, and I quote, this is what he said yesterday, simmering but not very much, end quote. Do you, General, have any concerns about the moral injury of Marines who are now being tasked to face Americans and deploy their community in an unprecedented way? And what are you doing to address those mental health concerns?
Senator, Marines will execute their lawful orders. I don't have any concerns that about their moral damage. They're executing lawful orders that they're trained to do. They're completely confident and they're capable of conducting protection of federal personnel and federal property.
I have no question on their ability to do their jobs. They're Marines, after all. My concern is the moral, the psychological injury to Marines who are going to be told to turn on their their fellow Americans. We know, and would you agree that there can be hidden injuries such as mental health injuries to Marines, whether they're at war? Or, I mean, when you go to war, would you agree that there are hidden injuries that can happen, such as psychological injuries?
There are psychological injuries when one goes to war, yes, ma'am.
Yes. Are you concerned that there might be psychological injuries to the Marines who are being told to turn on American citizens during this deployment?
Well, Senator, I would say that these Marines are not being told to turn on their fellow citizens. They're conducting federal property protection.
So you have no concern that there might be Marines that are having a psychological negative reaction to being put on. I'm not saying that they can't do their jobs. I'm saying you have no concerns and you're not preparing for any mental health counseling as a result of this deployment for these 700 Marines.
Senator, we always have mental health counseling available to Marines at all times for any purpose, but I don't have any heightened concerns about this.
Okay. Well, active duty troops are trained for war fighting and not policing. We ask a lot of different, very difficult things of our troops, taxing their mental health. And now we're sending them to turn on their own communities outside of their normal training. I would be concerned for the well-being of our heroes. I want to switch my line of questioning to SeaLift and leveraging our international partners. There's a reason that our system is supposed to prevent the use of our military on our soil, except for the most necessary circumstances. Ideally, in coordination with local elected leaders, the alternative is un-American. From my perch on this committee and the Commerce Committee, changing topics a little bit, I am concerned about our military and commercial maritime capacity. I appreciate the leadership of many of my colleagues on this issue, and I strongly support ongoing efforts to expand our domestic shipbuilding industrial base. Even with this renewed emphasis on domestic shipbuilding, especially of commercial vessels or big-ticket military ships, I remain concerned that we are underinvesting in a critical element of any future fight, SeaLift. It will not matter how many submarines or destroyers we can build if equipment, fuel, and resupply cannot make it to theater. And if our troops don't have enough ships to ferry each other and their resupply from place to place within the theater, and this is especially important for the Marines to have amphibious and local resources, I'd like to ask all of our witnesses, do you agree that we lack the necessary number of SeaLift or auxiliary vessels to meet the logistical demands of a contested environment in the Indo-Pacific? Admiral, I'd like to start with you, and everybody on the panel, please respond.
I think we can do better there, ma'am. I'm not sure I would say we lack. I do think we've pursued a buy-used philosophy, and those used ships, at least the initial ones, took a lot more work to get them serviceable. The latest ones have been better, but I think a buy new and used philosophy is probably prudent going forward.
Do you think we could benefit from partnering with friendly foreign nations on co-production and co-sustainment of auxiliary vessels, from cargo ships to small supply boats to cable repair ships, et cetera, to build surge production and maintenance capacity within the theater?
I do, Senator, and I also think there's opportunities to bring that work into the United States.
Yeah, I think there's opportunity for both. Mr. Secretary?
I concur with the Admiral. I don't have really much to add to what he said.
What currently prevents the Navy from developing or scaling foreign partnerships to build or maintain our auxiliary vessels, Mr. Secretary?
Senator, look, I think there are a couple of different issues we have to tackle when it comes to those, but I think it's, as I said in my testimony during confirmation, all options are on the table, and we do need to look at this, and we do need to look at both having foreign builders build some ships like this for us, and also, obviously, they're coming here and looking at investing in our base and bringing their expertise. So I think that would be very useful to us.
Or even partnering with American builders, but overseas in theater to be able to provide immediate repair.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I understand the state of Illinois, given the pressing business of the NDA.
Great. Senator Duckworth.
Thank you. Dr. Sinha, you say you know how important the United States-Singapore relationship is, and I think you know that it's important to me as are all of our relationship with the ASEAN nations. This is not a role you can just pick up on a whim or because you think it will be glamorous or because Singapore is a great place to live. Our diplomats are dedicated. They're hard workers who represent the United States every day on the front lines, anticipating crises and providing invaluable expertise to help prevent conflicts from exploding into catastrophes. I am not opposed to political appointees, and in fact, my colleague across the aisle, the senator from Tennessee, did an incredible job as an appointee to a critical United States ally, the country of Japan, and I really enjoyed working with him when he was ambassador there. But frankly, I don't think you are particularly qualified for this role. And I'm concerned about how your lack of understanding may even inadvertently cause friction in our critical relationship. Will you even be able to effectively lead our mission in Singapore? I have my doubts. So my questions are going to be to allow you to assuage my doubts and win my vote. Dr. Sinha, I need to know that you understand some basic facts about Singapore and its critical relationship with the United States. For example, in 2024, did the United States have a trade deficit with Singapore? Yes or no? It did not. How large was the U.S.'s trade surplus with Singapore in 2024?
$80 billion. $18 billion.
2.8. You're off by a huge factor. The United States had a 2.8 billion trade surplus with Singapore in 2024. If confirmed, how would you explain our friendship in Singapore to the president? How would you explain to our friends in Singapore the president's threats to slap tariffs as high as 25% on their country, given that the United States has nearly 3 billion trade surplus with Singapore?
Thank you for your question, Senator. We are not walking away for any dialogue between the two countries and two leaders. If confirmed, I will make a personal relation with the government of Singapore, and I will make sure the dialogue continues and we settle the issues of trade together.
Do you support increasing a tariff on Singapore, seeing as how we don't have they buy more of our stuff than we buy of theirs?
So, Senator,
so you want to put a tariff on them?
Thank you for your question, Senator. You know that we have, President has only done 10% of trade increase with the Singapore, and he's open to dialogue even for that.
Do you agree with that 10% increase with Singapore? It seems how they don't have a surplus with us?
Well,
Yes or no? Do you support the president's plan to put a 10% tariff on Singapore, goods produced in Singapore?
I mean, Senator, thank you for your question, but I believe in President's decision of a free trade with any nations in the world, and he's resetting the trade numbers with each country, and he's open for discussion and dialogue with each country.
So you would like to have free trade with Singapore? That's what you would push for as ambassador?
Well, we always had free trade with Singapore since 2004.
So so do you support the 10% increase, tariff increase?
The dialogue is not yet closed. The door is not closed.
Let's go on to the next thing. What year is Singapore next scheduled to be the ASEAN chair?
This year is Malaysia.
I didn't ask you about this year. When is Singapore going to be the ASEAN chair?
I don't know when, but this year.
2027. Please describe what holding the ASEAN chair will entail for Singapore and how you would support Singapore in your role as U.S. ambassador, if confirmed. What are some of the critical things that Singapore will have to do as a chair of ASEAN?
I mean, I agree with you that you had made a statement that all the ASEAN members should be treated like almost like...
No, answer my question. What does holding the ASEAN chairmanship entail for Singapore? Can you name one thing? A role that they will have to play as ASEAN chair. What will...
Well, you know that this ASEAN chair is not only one country. There are 10 countries involved.
No, the ASEAN chair is one country.
One
leading
country,
10.
but there are 10 countries involved as an ASEAN group.
You're not answering my question. You're not answering my question, sir. Can you name one thing that will be of critical importance to Singapore as ASEAN chair? A role. There are many things. Can you name one
Defense,
thing?
economics.
Those are very broad. Name an issue.
Trade.
I don't think, no. Okay, let's do something. In what way does the United States Navy work with Singapore, and how do you envision strengthening the U.S. Navy's work with Singapore? And are there any facilities that come to mind that are central to our relationship with Singapore?
Thank you for your question, but we have a naval presence in Singapore, and our military, they always do exercise with the Singapore. They come here, the Army of Singapore, they come here for the training as well. So we have a close ties with the Singapore in defense.
Can you name a specific thing? Please, I'm trying to help you here, but you've not even done your homework, sir. You want to be ambassador to Singapore, one of the most important alliances, friends we have in the Indo-Pacific, a key place that we're going to be fighting against our greatest adversary in the region, the PRC. Singapore may feature incredible culture, but that should not be treated as a glamour posting. This nation is too important to the United States, to ASEAN, to the entire region. And frankly, I think the mission is important to U.S. interests and national security, and it should actually be a foreign service officer. But I have even larger concerns with the political pick, when that political pick is somebody as unqualified as you. I've opposed political picks for Singapore from Democrats. So this is not a partisan issue. I just feel that you are not taking this seriously, and you think this is a glamour posting, that you're going to live a nice life in Singapore. But what we need is someone who's going to actually do the work. I'm out of time. I have a couple additional questions related to management that I'll submit for the record. But I want to reinforce again for you right now, you are not currently prepared for this posting, period, and you need to shape up and do some homework.
Senator Coons.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator Booker. Deputy Secretary, I have to add my voice to the chorus here and express how appalled I am at how the department conducted Friday's rifts, unceremoniously firing hundreds of dedicated members of the civil service and the foreign service with only a half-hearted hand wave at the appropriate process. My office has received direct outreach from dozens of those impacted by these rifts, and they have confirmed what we suspected would happen and what members of this committee directly warned the department about. These are public servants who have made countless sacrifices to serve our nation, and the department's actions are short-sighted and frankly sloppy. I would expect better of you. That they will take an already difficult moment, and you have made it even more precarious. And I can only scratch the surface in my short time of heartbreaking personal stories that I've heard. These are public servants who are not only concerned about their livelihoods, but the impacts of our national security and our ability to respond to the next crisis. You claim that you went through a thoughtful process to execute these rifts, completely defy reality. To illustrate one example, individuals who were hired under veterans preference were riffed with no acknowledgement of their veteran status in their service summary that you included in their letters. Why should we believe that you went through a thoughtful process if you can't even check this basic box of acknowledging their veteran service? And what about the multiple examples I've heard of individuals who were riffed while on TDY overseas, who are now being put up in five-star hotels at taxpayers' expense while they struggle to get home, cut off from email access?
So thank you for the question, Senator. So the RIF procedures were done in partnership with the Office of Personnel Management. We did ask every employee in the weeks and months leading up to it to update their personnel files. And one of the challenges is there isn't a central repository.
You're blaming OPM and the employees that you riffed?
No, not at all. What I'm saying is
for your the shoddy way that you went about doing this?
The employee file is owned by the employee, so if it does not have all of their past history, if they've worked at multiple departments or agencies and their SF-50s have not been uploaded into their employee file, it's possible that some detail of their service may have been overlooked. So that's why every employee was asked to review their employee file before the reorganization to ensure that every aspect and every step of their service was included in their employee file. But if there are any issues that were overlooked, or if anyone feels that their employee file is incomplete, we'll certainly address that immediately.
It sounds like you're blaming the victim here. And the people that I've talked to did update their employee files. How do you reconcile that the Trump administration's own professional development program requires domestic service for FSOs to advance in the senior foreign service? This is something he implemented in 2017, yet you seem to exclusively target FSOs who are on domestic tours. They're on these domestic tours because President Trump in his first term said you need to do a domestic tour. As soon as they're on a domestic tour, you fire them.
So
how do you reconcile that?
Right. So as we noted, the reorganization did focus on the domestic-only operation of the Department of State. It did not focus on our overseas or global footprint. We have about 14,000 foreign service officers. 10,000 of those foreign service officers serve at posts overseas, and we do have about 4,000.
You're not answering my question. How do you reconcile that?
Well, we had to be looking at the RIF. It could not fall entirely on the civil service. We had to be equitable in terms of how we addressed the reductions in force at the department. The vast majority of the reductions did fall on the civil service, but we did have a little over 200 foreign service officers who were impacted by the reduction in force. And like I said, that's regrettable, but when we had to eliminate offices and functions, the people who were encumbering those roles were the people who were RIF according to the federal government rules and regulations surrounding RIFs.
But they were on domestic tour because President Trump told them they had to do it. So this is ridiculous. I'm going to go back to the subject of meeting our obligations. The cuts to EAP's team that managed U.S. engagement in ASEAN while the Secretary was at the ASEAN Ministerial is just a perfect illustration of the shoddy and foolish way that you did this. It's clear that the real winner of this move is going to be the PRC, as you eliminate our expert and capacity to engage in this critical region. Under your proposed reorganization, who will manage the Mekong issue and the Mekong-U.S. partnership?
So all of these functions are going to be handled at the regional bureau level. So that would be the East Asia Pacific Bureau, and then all of the country desks within those bureaus will handle the individual.
They don't have an overseas counterpart office.
I'm sorry, who doesn't have an overseas counterpart?
The
office?
Mekong-U.S. partnership does not have an overseas office.
So anything dealing with a particular region will be handled at the regional bureau.
And where is that?
The regional bureau is located in Washington, D.C., and the
deal with
the country desks are here, but their counterparts are at every post in every country.
But there's
overseas.
no counterpart overseas. This is the thing. You're firing people doing very important work without regard to these programs on a program that the PRC is really in the wrong on, and we had an opportunity to develop relationships. I'm astonished that you would do this to the State Department and to the national security of this country. I'm over time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Good morning, Democrats. Good morning, Democrats. It is always so great to be in this room together. It's our chance to see old friends, celebrate our hard work, and prepare for the road ahead. But we could not be here today. We could not be Democrats. We could not be expressing our freedom of speech were it not for our military men and women and the veterans who ensured that we had those rights, who fought for us. So our veterans, stand up. Let's celebrate our veterans. Every veteran in the room, stand up. And now, all of our military families, those of you with loved ones serving in uniform today, stand up and be proud. Thank you for our democracy. But there is no question that things are heavier this year. The Trump administration has already fired over 6,000 veterans from their federal jobs. They're looking to cut 83,000 jobs from the Department of Veterans Affairs that is there to serve the men and women who have sacrificed for this country. So I got to tell you, it's been a really tough few months in Washington. It's not been easy. Every day we see Trump, the 5-time draft-dodging coward, and his Republican co-conspirators. They find new and increasingly cruel ways to hurt our country, making America so-called great only for billionaires, big corporations, and those with the narrowest, most backward views of what this country is and what it stands for. Have you even seen what he's done to the White House? How much gold and gilding he's put in that? It is gaudy and ugly, and it's not what America's about. And the last time I was in a room that gaudy and ugly was Saddam Hussein's toilet. And we flushed him down the toilet. But that is not how we do things here in Illinois. Our state is a beacon of hope. Governor Pritzker, Lieutenant Governor Stratton, under your leadership, Illinois has shown the nation how to govern with care and compassion and for all the people while delivering real results for the middle class. And in our state legislature, Speaker Welch, and also with our cabinet secretary, you know what? What Hakeem Jeffries is doing in Washington, we're doing here as well. We are beacons of hope. Kwame Raoul, what he's doing with the Democratic Attorney General's Association, fighting these fights in the courts, is a Herculean task, and they're winning a majority of those court fights. We cannot win those court fights, however, were it not for the 235 lifetime judicial appointments Dick Durbin put onto the benches. Thank you, Dick. We in Illinois are a safe haven for women's health care access, for immigrants, and even from lawmakers from Texas. Chaos is the name of the game in Trump's America, but there's one thing that is constant. Republicans keep on overreaching and under-delivering. They conveniently forget to look out for middle-class folks, choosing instead to spend their time enriching their ultra-wealthy, out-of-touch friends. But that just makes our work $500,000 Illinoisans. We will not forget who made it harder to put food on the table for hundreds of thousands of funding they cut and the departments they dismantled in the so-called name of efficiency. All to line the pockets of billionaires while delaying critical services and leaving the rest of America behind. We will not forget that they are doing everything they can to dismantle the nation's unions. Let me tell you, I flew into Iraq in a Black Hawk helicopter made in America by union personnel, and I knew that bird was going to get me home, and it did. And yet, they are trying to dismantle unions in federal government left and right. Our voices, your voices, matter now more than ever. We cannot let ourselves become disengaged. We have to channel our outrage into action because there is too much at stake. Sure, there will always be people in hallowed halls who try to use their powers to hurt others. But the thing is, the great John Lewis, when I sat on the floor of the House of Representatives trying to get a vote on gun control, the power of the people is always greater than the people in power. And if we want tomorrow to be better than today, we have to come together. We have to use our voices to speak out, even if and especially when anyone tries to silence us. The midterm elections are fast approaching, and we already know that the Republicans are terrified. That's why they're trying to rig the system in their favor across the country, so that the voices of people can no longer be heard. But we are not going to let that happen. We will keep speaking up. We will keep making noise, and we will keep fighting every single day for Illinois, but also for the United States of America. Because the story of America is a story of resilience, of redemption, of being knocked down sometimes, yes, but never knocked out, because we are there to lend each other a hand. That is what Democrats do. When you are on your knees and you're not giving up, Democrats are going to be there to help you get back up on your feet, and we're going to fight right back. So are you with me? Let's get to work. We got a lot of work to do. Thank you, Democrats.
But Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Mahoney, thank you for your service, obviously, and thank you for our great conversation this week. I could spend my time with you discussing real security challenges facing the joint force, but I am instead forced to address the unthinkable, following up on Senator Slotkin's question about deploying military to our nation's cities. The President of the United States has actually declared war on Chicago and is threatening to send troops there. Not against a foreign enemy, not in response to an armed attack, not in response to a natural disaster or riots in the streets. He is simply declaring war on an American city. General, do you think it's appropriate for our troops to be performing policing duties on Americans on U.S. soil?
Senator, I think the appropriate use of the military is to protect all Americans under all circumstances.
Answer my question, General. Do you think it is appropriate for our troops to be used to perform policing duties on Americans on U.S. soil?
Policing duties is not a direct mission that I'm aware of, certainly not for the Marine Corps.
Thank you. The President seems to think so. He has declared war on Chicago. He's puffing his chest, brazenly threatening to use the military to stage chaos and fear in our community so he can swoop in and normalize having military personnel on the streets of America. This is political theater that our fine men and women in uniform did not sign up for. General, if confirmed and the President asked the military to deploy to an American city, would you unequivocally advise against the military engaging domestically in arrests, detentions, and violations of civil rights?
Senator, I would comply with the law. I will comply with my experience of 38 years and my oath that I've taken to the Constitution. I cannot imagine any situation where our task would be to violate any American citizen's civil rights.
Okay. I've directly heard from constituents who are scared that our nation's armed forces will come to their door, that uniformed troops will come to their child's school, to their workplace, to be arrested, to be thrown into unmarked vehicles and pulled onto a military base to be detained there. Trump is intentionally blurring the lines between the military and the police to intimidate those who dare to speak out against his harmful policies. This separation of our military and the police forces is core to our Constitution, which everyone in uniform, including you and me and my colleagues on this dais, have sworn an oath to defend. Our founders enshrined protections in our Bill of Rights to protect Americans from this kind of abuse after the British Army invaded homes and engaged in unreasonable searches and seizures. As a daughter of the American Revolution, whose family has fought for this nation from its founding, I am horrified that President Trump is shredding the Constitution to turn our nation's military against Americans. Everyone deserves to feel safe from crime. But our nation's military is not the best tool to fight it. That's what the police are for. But Trump slashed at least $800 million from initiatives to prevent local crime, curb illegal guns, and support victims of crime. So let's be clear, Donald Trump does not care about crime. You and I, General, both know how costly it is for our military to take our eyes off the ball. And I appreciated your commitment to me, if confirmed, to ensure the joint forces focus on the Indo-Pacific, an area where you have substantial experience, both on deployments and in a leadership role. I am concerned that forcing the military to turn against their fellow Americans takes away time, attention, and resources from innovating and solving the security challenges in the Indo-Pacific. We know the military can do its job, but I don't think our military should be patrolling the streets as they are here in DC, where they are spending their time with their M4s picking up garbage. While our troops are focused on policing, who is guarding us against foreign threats? What risks to our national security are we willing to swallow? We've already seen our adversaries taking advantage, but President Trump won't stand up to Putin, so he's picking a fight with Chicago. The military will always answer the call to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States. But you and I both know that if the military has to support this dangerous distraction and execute all of its core missions at the same time, it will stretch our military too thin. You are more than qualified for this position, General, but I am deeply concerned that there will be a price to be paid by our troops and the American people for this president's hubris and this president's attempts to normalize putting troops on the streets in our city, and I hope that you will stand up and advise against, as you've already committed to doing, misuse of our military and unconstitutional use of our military. Thank you. I yield back.
I think it's fair to say that the review came as a surprise to this committee, to the Congress, and to the general public, and as a distressing surprise to our steadfast ally, Australia. Senator Duckworth, and then Senator Rosen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. President Trump has once again violated the Constitution, states' rights, and Americans' rights by federalizing Illinois National Guard and deploying Texas National Guard troops to Illinois against the wishes of democratically elected officials. Trump insists on misusing the military against his political opponents and people who did not vote for him, not only in Illinois, but in Portland, Los Angeles, DC, and Memphis, and it must be stopped. Every Democratic member of this committee has called for a hearing on military deployments to American cities. This administration must justify to the American public why it insists on using the military to confront Americans at home. This administration must answer why, if DHS officials in Broadview or LA or Portland were in fact so overwhelmed by protesters, as Trump claims, that they needed military protection, why these same DHS agents were able to shoot at protesters, wounding civilians, incapacitate peaceful protesters, as well as shooting tear gas at over 24 Chicago police officers and propel agents from a helicopter to terrorize an apartment building in the middle of the night.
We know deploying the military is not about protecting DHS officials or federal property, because these same officials are escalating their tactics every day to provoke a manufactured crisis to justify sending in the military onto our peaceful city streets. We know this is not about crime fighting, because Trump has literally defunded the police by slashing $800 million in public safety programs. So, what is this about? The president has been clear. He wants to use the military in American cities to crush dissent and erode our constitutional rights instead of protecting and defending them like his oath of office requires. And I am concerned that the nominees testifying here today have been complicit in this administration's militarized assault on American cities and will continue to empower these irresponsible actions. Mr. Young, you were acting general counsel from 20th of January until 31 July of this year, during which time you advised on a series of dangerous and unprecedented decisions to deploy National Guard and active duty troops to American streets, convert military bases to support DHS and house detainees, and appoint military judge advocates to serve as immigration judges, despite them not having the relevant immigration law experience. Now, you are being considered to be general counsel for the Army, where you will once again advise on consequential decisions on how to train, equip, and deploy Army, National Guard, or active duty troops. Mr. Young, have you prepared or approved any legal opinion about authorizing any state's National Guard units to deploy across state lines without the consent of the governor or other leaders in the receiving state? And if so, will you provide it to us?
Thank you, Senator. To answer the question, we have the use of National Guard personnel.
So yes or no? Have you provided that type of an opinion? Yes or no? And will you provide a copy of that advice to us?
Senator, what I have advised my client in the executive branch regarding the execution of executive functions is privileged. And I would, unless my client allows me to share that, I would consider it privileged.
Well, we will work on that. There has also been rhetoric from the president and senior officials painting Democrats and people who disagree with him as enemies. This is a slippery slope. Once you label your fellow Americans as enemies, you can justify using force against them. Mr. Young, if the president or secretary asked you to authorize the military to target civilians within American soil based solely on their political affiliation, would you support it? Yes or no?
No.
Thank you. The president wants to use our military as his personal police force to send troops into American cities to detain civilians on our bases, to intimidate people who dare to disagree with him. That is not defense. That is repression. If we turn the world's finest fighting force against its own people, who will win? Not the American people, not our service members who did not sign up to be used as political props, to be pitted against their fellow Americans, or to waste their precious time patrolling American streets. Only Donald Trump and our global enemies who will exploit our distraction win in this scenario. The United States military defends Americans. It does not police them. It protects our freedoms. It does not suppress them. Mr. Chair, I ask unanimous consent that you, in consultation with the ranking member, schedule an open hearing to receive testimony on this abuse of the military from the Secretary of Defense, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and General Counsel of the Department.
That is not a proper unanimous consent request.
This administration has refused to provide answers to Congress and the American public about its militarization of our streets, refusing to put legal opinions in writing, hiding the faces of DHS officials, and running away when officials exercise their constitutional duty to conduct oversight visits. I've said it before, I'll say it again. Hiding is not something you do when you're proud of your actions. Dodging around direct questions from this oversight body, like you have done today, Mr. Young, it's also not something you do when you're proud of your actions. It's what you do when you know you are wrong. The American people deserve answers. I urge the chairman and my Republican colleagues to hold a meeting immediately. It is not appropriate to militarize our cities. It is not appropriate to activate National Guard troops and send them into our cities. Our National Guard men and women are doing a fantastic job. But you know what? They should be practicing to defend America against our enemies around the world, and that's what they would rather be doing. So what I've been saying to protesters, to people of Chicago, be kind to the guardsmen and women, but I condemn what is happening with ICE, the work that they're doing, snatching people off the streets, shooting priests in the head who were guilty simply of a crime of praying, throwing smoke grenades in front of elementary schools. This is not America. This is not what this democracy is about.
Senator Duckworth.
So I'm going to avoid the partisan baiting and instead compliment our chairman for how well he worked with the ranking member last year when we, in this committee, near unanimously passed the FAA Reauthorization Act and what it has done for this country. My question line is for Mr. McCormack. In the first half of this year alone, airlines reported mishandling over 4,600 wheelchairs and scooters. And I've said it time and again, even before I passed legislation requiring such reporting in 2018, that damaging or breaking someone's wheelchair is like breaking their legs. When you break my wheelchair on a flight and you give me a substitute airline wheelchair, you've taken away my legs. I can't push that airline wheelchair by myself. Someone has to push me into the bathroom. If they don't put me in the right place, I can't get to the toilet. I can't do anything. So imagine if we broke over 1% of airline passengers' legs on an annual basis. It would rightfully be a national scandal, and yet it is not when it comes to medical devices. It would dominate headlines across the country because such negligence would be outrageous and inexcusable. And yet, for wheelchair users, such a nightmare scenario is not some outlandish hypothetical. It is our reality. It's a credible fear we confront every damn time we fly. Airlines have had decades to get their act together, and they failed to change. That's why those of us in the disability community celebrated the promulgation last year of the groundbreaking and long overdue wheelchair rule. This rule implements critical provisions under the bipartisan FAA Reauthorization Act that our chairman was part of the team that led that effort in 2024 to help ensure passengers who use wheelchairs can travel safely and with dignity. This rulemaking represented the United States government finally taking meaningful action to tell the airlines enough is enough. And that's why I am really angry that President Trump and Secretary Duffy allowed the airlines to bully them into submission and retreat on enforcing the wheelchair rule. Look, I get why no air carrier wants to be held accountable for mishandling wheelchairs or forced to invest in regular training for their employees, or customers who are empowered to book or rebook flights on aircraft that can accommodate their wheelchairs. I understand why airlines would not want any of that to happen. And airlines are doing what they've done for decades. What's inexcusable is the Trump administration's weakness and Secretary Duffy's apparently willingness to let corporate lobbyists rewrite the wheelchair rule to their liking. Mr. McCormack, you have been serving as Deputy Chief of Staff with oversight over the department's policy, a responsibility that you will continue to have if confirmed as Undersecretary. Yes or no? Did you meet with passengers who use wheelchairs and other assistive devices to hear firsthand the horrors they've had to deal with when airlines effectively broke their legs and then dragged their feet on paying for timely repairs of those devices?
Thank you for the question, Senator. I've not met with any of the disability rights advocates, but they have had meetings within the department. No one's ever reached out to me for a meeting along those lines. And
nobody has reached out to you. Okay.
That's a fact.
Let me ask you this. Did you speak with any airline lobbyists prior to Secretary Duffy's decision to wave the white flag when it came to defending and enforcing the 2024 wheelchair rules?
Senator,
Have you met with any airline lobbyists?
I've never met with any airlines on any aviation consumer protection issues.
So you've not met with any airline lobbyists on this rule?
That is correct.
Very interesting. So the Trump administration claims to operate from a position of strength, and yet Secretary Duffy is letting the airlines bully him into submission when it comes to defending the civil rights and dignity of passengers with wheelchairs. Passengers with disabilities can't afford for the Trump administration to screw them over by wasting precious time in refusing to defend and enforce the 2024 rule, and even worse, rewriting it. So if you've not met with any of the airline lobbyists and you've not met with any people with disabilities, why did you choose to suspend this rule?
Again, Senator, and thank you for the ability to clarify that. I mean, I've not worked on any of the aviation consumer protection issues. I'm not in charge of all policy of the department. If confirmed, that would be a significant part of my role. It is not in my role as Deputy Chief of Staff. And so again, it did come up in the minority staff interview that this is a significant concern of the committee staff as well as members of the committee, but it has not been part of my job to date.
So you had nothing to do with it, but you will have something to do with it in the future, should you be confirmed? Is that your position?
Should I be confirmed, I would have more ability in the rulemaking space. I have not had any firsthand implications or on this.
Should you be confirmed, will you meet with me Will you meet with disability advocates? And will you meet with everyday ordinary Americans who use assistive devices when they're traveling?
Senator, I would love to work with you and your staff on the specific issue. As I mentioned, I know that people at the department have been meeting with disability rights advocates as they've reached out for
Okay,
meetings.
you're not answering my question. Will you meet with me? And I will bring disability advocates and I will bring people in wheelchairs to come talk to you. Will you meet with us to talk about this
I'm happy
rule?
to, happy to.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To convince me that you can provide that service to the United States. You had previously said that prioritizing assistance to Ukraine to fight Vladimir Putin over preparing our Taiwan and Taiwan's forces in the Pacific would cause Beijing to doubt America's commitment to Taiwan's defense. So let me say again, you said that by prioritizing assistance to Ukraine, we were, in your opinion, we would cause Beijing, this is a direct quote from you, cause Beijing to doubt America's commitment to Taiwan's defense. The United States military's footprints in Southcom AOR is now reaching more than 10% of the Navy's total assets, even before the arrival of the USS Gerald Ford Carrier Strike Group and its accompanying 10,000 additional personnel. Do you agree with Vice President Vance that this is the highest and best use of our military?
Senator, President Trump has been unequivocal that we should prioritize defending our homeland. I come from a community that has been affected by the narcotics of the type that the president has set his sights on here. And so I do believe and strongly support prioritizing defense of our homeland. I would offer, however, that that is not mutually exclusive with also prioritizing and doing what is required to ensure a robust military deterrent in the Western Pacific against China, nor is it mutually exclusive to our ability to remain deeply engaged in Europe and the Middle East in a manner consistent with the president's intent.
So you're saying you disagree with the vice president when he said that the highest and best use of our military in describing the arrival of the USS Gerald Ford Carrier Strike Group and its accompanying 10,000 personnel to the Indo-Pacific.
I apologize. I think that was a long way of saying I do agree with the vice president.
So you do agree with the vice president, but Jen, you also, I think your logic seems inconsistent. You reject the U.S. opposing Putin because you think it distracts from the Pacific, but you're not brave enough to sound the same alarm as Trump significantly redirects our naval maritime resources to South America, taking away from the Indo-Pacific region, our most maritime area of operation. I'm not quite sure why you would not object to burning the readiness of our already stressed fleet to do a fundamentally law enforcement mission in the Western Hemisphere, nor why you, a vehement defender of deterring the PRC over all else, would not be concerned about the signal these deployments are sending to the PRC about our capability to respond to any aggression in Indo-Pacific. Clearly, your analysis shifts based on the winds around you and who you are trying to please, and I worry that you're unable to apply any consistent and objective rigor to your advising and are unable to speak truth to power, and that our national security will suffer as a result of that.
Well, perhaps you can answer on the record, Mr. Velez-Green. Senator Budd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, thank you all for being here